horizon has been attacked. The Council has suggested that the attacks are a tragic coincidence, likely the result of Batarian slave traders or isolated pirate attacks. Investors in prefabricated complexes are rejoicing, however, as the repair and rebuilding plans have spiked shares industry-wide.
Pardon me, I'm on a call.
Are you shorting prefabs?
Why not? I did it after Eden Prime. Paid for new exosuits for my kids.
You're insane.
Let me search for more data. I'll get back to you.
Thank you. Let me know what you find.
I'm looking for the best tech upgrades you have.
Of course, I can help you with a consult and figure...
The people here are asked to sacrifice their own convictions and beliefs in exchange for a soulless corporate identity. I understand that kind of life would be attractive to some people, but not to me.
heat increase. And speed. I have extremely high performance requirements.
How can you short sell on prefabs after these human colony attacks? They're going to see a ton of business.
A ton of immediate charity business, followed by a freeze as new colony plans dry up. Just watch.
Do you have anything flashier? I want something that says...
The council thought that Blasto, the first Hanar Spectre, would play by the rules.
This one has forgotten whether it's...
They were wrong.
This one doesn't have time for your solid wing.
Regentical.
Enkindle this.
Blasto the jellyfish steaks available for extranet purchase this fall from Ilium Entertainment.
If this is...
Okay. We are back with another live build. Sound like with low energy. That's because I just got done eating. Whew. Crap, this is gonna go in my ear. Come on. I need to get that. Oh no, I think it's good. Okay, cool. Alright. Let me get everything all in a comfortable spot. So we could do this today. As y'all know, it's time for my monthly live build where if y'all ain't never been here before, I'll let y'all know. What is up with this stupid... Alright, hold on, let me fix something real quick. This is annoying. Let me fix that real quick. Hold on one sec, I gotta fix something real quick. Thought we were good, I ready to go, but no we're not. Just gotta go fix something really quick. There we go. Crap. I need to get this back out of here. Alright. There we go. Whew. Let's go ahead and make sure that is the mic working? Why is that going on? That should not be going off. I don't know why that's audio's going off. Alright, yeah, the blue mic's working. Okay, we're good. Do one more quick audio test. Make sure y'all can hear me. Can I hear myself? Is the question I need to know. Am I coming in pretty clear? I just need a quick test. Need to hear myself. Yep, there we go. Okay, I'm good. Alright. So as usual, I do these once a month. Why is this on? Turn off. I don't want to hear myself when I'm doing this. Oh, man. So real quick, before we get started. Crap. I just want to say thank y'all for checking out the last video. I reached my first milestone, 100 subscribers. I do plan on probably next stream, probably not next week, but probably sometime in June. I'm thinking about bringing on a couple of people. I should actually turn this off. Okay, I'm thinking about bringing on a couple of people. And yeah, doing a cool little, I don't know if it's going to be short or a long live stream. And just, celebrating the fact that I hit my first milestone as I'm recording right now. The subscriber count over here on YouTube is 135. And shout out to y'all. Thank you for checking out the YouTube channel. Thank you for subscribing. I definitely appreciate it. Again, that's only the first one. we plan on doing more. I don't know. Maybe what I'll do, maybe, you know, maybe I might bring some friends in. Maybe we'll do like a game day. That's what I think we might do. That's what I think we might do in June. So bring on some friends to talk. Bring on some friends that just want a game, and we'll do a game day. I just got to make sure I get all the audio stuff working. So to make sure to make that work. But just once again, I just wanted to start off this stream by saying thank y'all for subscribing to my YouTube channel. And for all y'all who ain't subscribed, I know nobody's here yet, but it doesn't matter. You know, I'm doing this the hard way. But when you look back at this, you can go ahead and, if you don't mind, you know, just hit that subscribe button, helping this channel grow, helping this channel build. That's kind of the goal. But I do want to thank y'all for definitely subscribing. We definitely appreciate it. You know, it's a great milestone to hit, and I'm happy to hit it. So, but either way, what we are building today is, boom, the Gundam LO booster. Like I said, again, if you don't know, this is my birthday month. Oh, I also want to make sure to let y'all know that this will probably be I got one video coming out, but I know I still got to read the comments. I just been busy. This is like the only time I really have to have some time, and I haven't done a live monthly build yet. I was supposed to do it last week, but I said, nah, let's just do it today, because this is probably the only day I really have free. For the most part, I actually do gotta get something done. But, you know, like I said, I'm going to do this until I get done building. My hope is I get this done pretty quickly. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and get the Gemini's little brother done. So I've been wanting to build this for a while now. Oh, this thing has a transformation. Oh, God, this thing has a transformation. Okay, that's nice. So, that's good to know. Alright. I wish I would have recognized that. But yep. So let's see what we got. Let's see how we build. And of course, as we get started, we're going to go ahead and do some reaction videos and just watch some content while we're building as usual. So, put this over here. Praying to God. No! Praying to God and I don't drop any little parts like I always do every stupid little stream. It is one of the most annoying things that happens in every stream. But this stream we are definitely going to react to stuff, of course. So let's look at some of the pieces that we had to work with. Ooh, look at those effect parts. I don't know if y'all see that. Those dark parts are pretty cool. Oh man, I kind of want to dim down that light. It's bright right now, but it's shining. Well, it's probably because I have all the plastic on. So here we go. Yep. I can't wait till I get a bigger budget so I can actually I can actually make this table bigger, because this table is not big enough to do this. Even though I have a bigger table, I won't be able to do it. We're going to work on the head last like we always do. Just looking at everything, seeing how we're going to go about this. Alright. Okay, I think we're good. I think I know what I want to do. I think I know how we're going to attack this first. So, let's open all these goodies. Let's open up all these up. And hey, y'all should be happy because I actually got to work right now. And I'm actually not even working just to do this live stream to make sure I keep doing my monthly build without missing 1 month. Although I may have to miss a month. That's actually the truth. Yeah, this right here is pretty cool. Come on, focus. Focus you. Focus. I don't want to focus. Oh my god, this camera wants to be a prick. this right here. Come on, focus, focus. Whatever. Oh, you can see it right there. There it is. Boom. I'm not gonna keep trying. Whatever. Oh, you know what? I messed up. I wish I would. Oh, crap. Oh well. It's fine. Oh yeah, where are the first two pieces I need to look for actually? That's what I need to look at. Let's start with G1, G2, H1. So I need G1. Need G, H, B, and A. G, H, B, and A. Here's G. Put that right there. G, H, B, and A. That's B, A. H2, G. Alright, let's open this up. It's H and A, right? No, yes. First ones I need A, B, no, B, not G, B. H. There. I, what is a U? It's not, what's the letter? A. That's just A. So I said before. Hold on, you tell me the stickers. I want to see the stickers. Boom. Put that in there. Hope I don't break it like I did a Geminas. I probably need to buy another Geminas and build that in my off time. Off stream, which I may do. Gonna go in there. Because we're not ready for you yet. Ooh, I do kind of like that. What's this? Burgundy? And this one is, what is this one? G. Oh yeah, I guess I should go to the. Okay, because I should go through the runners real quick so y'all can see them one by one. Let's go through the runners. There's this runner that I'm actually going to need. Ah. Nope. Stay right there. It's this runner. I'm going to need right now too. It's this runner. Alright. This runner. It's this one. So y'all have. There's that runner. Boom. Boom. There. Boom. And the sad truth is, I can't even see my monitor right now because it's like a glare, which sucks. Okay. Here's this one. Okay. And then go for oh, now you want to focus, prick. Where can I put these stickers? There you go. A little bit of glare, so. There you go. All right. You got to see everything now. Now we can get started. Make sure y'all got to see all the bills. So let's go ahead. I'm going to put something on before we start so people start piling in. They at least have something to come in. They're not like sitting there like, what are you doing? So let's go ahead and put something on real quick. Let's do this. Go to you too small. Okay. What do we want to watch? We got a lot of stuff to watch. Oh, I did want to watch this. Ha! From my channel. You know what? Let's talk by... Let's watch this. Let's check
Estrogen is killing men. In the next 60 seconds, I'm going to tell you all about this sneaky hormone and what you can do to stop it.
At some point before the end of the Anno Domini era, the world was gripped by a multitude of problems. Depletion of oil, pollution, recessions, ethnic violence, religious violence, and
do me a favor, make sure to subscribe to this channel. What is it? Kakarot 187. Actually, this is a channel I watch a lot for my Gundam content, but yeah, make sure to subscribe.
So on. All of this would result in the Third World War, a conflict that was also known as the Reconstruction War because it reshaped the world into the one we know from the Cosmic Era. New alliances were forged and new global powers would arise, with the most important ones being the Atlantic Federation consisting of the USA, Canada, Great Britain, Iceland and Ireland, the Eurasian Federation consisting of Russia and most of the mainland European countries, and the Republic of East Asia consisting of Japan, China, South Korea, North Korea, Mongolia and Taiwan. The other powers are the United States of South America, consisting of South America, the African Community consisting of North Africa, the South African Union consisting of South Africa, the Kingdom of Scandinavia consisting of Norway, Sweden and Finland, the Equatorial Union consisting of South and Southeastern Asia, the Oceania Union consisting of spiders, other horrors that will kill you on sight, and my new favorite animal, the quokka. And finally there was the Orb Union, consisting of the Solomon Islands. The war would reach its zenith when a nuclear weapon was used in the Kashmir region on the Central Asian front. This event became known as the Last Nuke and would serve as a push for the nations of Earth to resolve their conflicts in a more peaceful manner, lest such a tragedy would again be repeated. Still, despite this resolve, it would take another 9 years for the Third World War to finally come to a close. And with it, it was decided to adopt a new calendar, the Cosmic Era, with the starting year symbolically chosen as the year in which the last nuke was used. Also, the fighting wasn't the only thing causing massive casualties. During the war, a new type of influenza virus spread throughout the world. This new strain was called the Type S influenza and would also have disastrous results. With the war finally coming to a close then, humanity once again set their eyes on the final frontier, space. Before the Reconstruction War, work had begun on Yggdrasil, the fourth generation International Space Station. Due to the war, construction was temporarily put on hold, but
it works, yes. I was going to say it almost sounds like Star Trek. Okay. Alright, cool!
Resumed shortly after the conflict was finally resolved. Cosmic Era 10. Many nations on Earth decide to heavily invest in the idea of space colonies, and for their construction, work begins on the lunar base Copernicus. At around the same time then, the Atlantic Federation announced the birth of their newest military branch, the FSF, or Federal Space Force. Not to be outdone, the Eurasian Federation and Republic of East Asia would soon unveil their own counterparts. Cosmic Era 11. The International Space Station Yggdrasil is completed. Cosmic Era 12. The lunar base Copernicus is completed, making it the first inhabitable lunar city. And the Federal Aeronautics and Space Administration, or FASA for short, announces their Jupiter exploration project. Going back 16 years before Cosmic Era 1 then, George Glenn was born. A seemingly unimportant event at the time, but this child would go on to get his PhD from MIT at the age of 17. He also became a star athlete, winning gold at the Olympics, as well as becoming a famous American football player. And he would even become an ace pilot in the Air Force. It really was one thing after another with George, and people were beginning to look forward to what would be the next achievement for this Homo Universalis.
That's funny.
Cosmic Era 15. While on board the Tsiolkovsky, a spaceship he himself made to explore Jupiter, he made an announcement that would shock the world. All of his achievements weren't just due to his own talent or hard work, but instead, his genes had been altered as a fetus. And as if that wasn't shocking enough, he even distributed the treatment he underwent on the net. There is little doubt that he did all of this with the best intentions, but unfortunately, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Overnight,
Oh, that is a great saying that you hear all the time. One of those sayings I actually do live by, especially in today.
Already divided Earth erupted in chaos, as yet another division had been added to the cesspool. And the first seeds for humanity's next great conflict were sown. With unmodified humans on one side, the so-called naturals, and the modified humans on the other side, the so-called coordinators.
I've just finished narrating over 400 pages of Dark Souls lore from a book called Abyssal Archive, which is on sale now. And you can listen to it in audiobook form if you head to the link in the description. Abyssal Archive is another product from the talented team over at Tune and Fairweather, who created Soul Arts for me last year. These are...
I might do that. I might do a book on tape one day. That might be a good idea.
Gorgeous books, housed in a noble blue...
And also on board this ship was another, at the time, seemingly innocuous piece of technology. A space work suit that was equipped with an exoskeleton. And the name of this suit was the Mobile Suit. Cosmic Era 16. The United Nations bans human genetic engineering, but despite this ban, illegal coordinators are still made in various places. It was also around this time that Blue Cosmos began to transition from being an environmentalist group to being an anti-coordinator group, with their biggest backer being the Azrael Foundation from the Atlantic Federation. 1 year later, they were also, allegedly, behind the attack on a Chicago lab where coordinators were being produced in secret. Everyone inside was massacred, and the building was burned to the ground. Cosmic Era 17. The Atlantic Federation and United States of South America.
Alright, let me see where we at. B117. Where you at? There it is. B117. Alright, you are right. There it is. No, that's 18. There. What the? No, this is B. What's this? B117, right? B17. Okay, there it is. That's close. Close.
Begin work on the Port of Panama mass driver in Central America. Cosmic Era 21. The Eurasian Federation and South African Union begin work on the hapless mass driver on the shore of Lake Victoria. Cosmic Era 22. Siegel Klein is born in the Kingdom of Scandinavia, and George Glenn causes yet another unintended disruption. After reaching Jupiter, he discovers the first ever fossil of an alien life form. Dubbed Evidence 01, the fossil resembles a terrestrial whale, but with what appears to be wings. He is ordered by the FASA to bring it back for further research. Cosmic Era 23. Patrick Zola is born in the Atlantic Federation. Cosmic Era 29. George Glenn returns to Earth, along with the controversial Evidence 01. It is meticulously studied in the 5th research colony called Zodiac, but they cannot find any evidence of the fossil being faked. They can only conclude that it is a genuine alien species, and in addition to that, they believe that this life form had an intelligence equal or higher than that of a whale. This again caused an uproar amongst the religious hardliners. George Glenn is also detained until they figure out what to do with him, given his very unique situation. Cosmic Era 30. With shifting societal pressures, humanity begins to warm up to the idea of coordinators, and the ban on making them was repealed. The first coordinator boom had begun, and everything seemed to be going great for them. And what also boomed this year were space colonies. Many colonies were being worked on this year, with one of them being the Mendel colony at Lagrange 4. And finally for this year, Orr began work on the Kaguya mass driver and Heliopolis resource satellite. Cosmic Era 31. George Glenn is released and immediately joins the researchers at Zodiac to examine Evidence 01. Gradually, Zodiac is becoming one of the premier research facilities in space. Cosmic Era 35. Other nations find out that the Atlantic Federation was building a military base on the moon's Ptolemaeus crater. Despite the Federation's claims that this was merely a police station, but in space, they are internationally condemned for bringing...
None of those are good, even if it's a police station. Police station in space is not good. That's still the problem.
Weapons into space. Shortly after this, they unveiled their first mobile armors, prompting the first space arms race. In the same year, the Eurasian Federation would begin construction of their Artemis military base, signaling, truly, the beginning of the militarization of space. Cosmic Era 38. The Zodiac Research Facility has now become a large-scale operation, and several others like it were built. It was also this year that George Glenn made yet another milestone achievement. He created a concept for a new type of hourglass-shaped colony. This new colony type is readily accepted, and construction of them quickly begins at Lagrange 5. The main investors are the Atlantic Federation, Eurasian Federation, and Republic of East Asia. And their main goal is to have these serve as research facilities and factories. So rather than having their own government, they would be ruled over by said nations, hereafter referred to as the sponsor nations. And as a tool to ensure their subservience, the plants themselves were forbidden from producing their own food, making them reliant on those sponsor nations for most of their basic necessities. In the 40s then, the previous coordinator acceptance movement would take a dramatic turn for the worst, with the first illegally made coordinators now in their 20s. They were dramatically outperforming their peers in academics, sports, and just about any other imaginable thing. And with the divide in the capabilities of coordinators versus naturals becoming ever more obvious, anti-coordinator sentiments also soared to an all-time high. It was at this time that anti-coordinator terrorism began in earnest, perpetrated by various extremist religious groups and other racist groups like Blue Cosmos. And these views would not remain restricted to just these groups, and by the mid-50s, Blue Cosmos succeeded in rooting itself within the leadership of both the Atlantic Federation and the Eurasian Federation, two of the most powerful blocs on Earth. Cosmic Era 41. Maruta Azrael is born in the Atlantic Federation, and the first of the so-called second-generation coordinators are born. These are naturally born coordinators from two first-generation coordinator parents, and it is discovered that they did inherit the enhanced genes of their parents. Cosmic Era 43. During the construction of the new colonies at Lagrange 5, Patrick Zala and Siegel Klein meet for the first time. And on November 29th, Mula Flaga is born, the son of Alda Flaga, who is a wealthy politician of the Atlantic Federation. Cosmic Era 44. The first 10 colonies of what would later become known as Aprilia City are completed. It was also at this point that they got their new designation, Plant, short for Productive Location Ally on Nexus Technology. Cosmic Era 45. The coordinator population exceeds 10 million, and more money is being pumped into the Plant project. Their productivity was excellent, and it was even said that there was nothing that couldn't be made in the plants. The only exception, of course, being food, for the aforementioned reasons. Another issue was that for this productivity, only coordinators were allowed in the plants. Something that, combined with anti-coordinator sentiments on Earth, caused a first wave of coordinator migration to those plants. And it was also around this time that anti-coordinator groups began perpetrating terroristic attacks in the plants. And since the plants barely had any weapons, due to design, they lacked the tools to effectively fight back against these terroristic activities. A state of affairs that led to widespread dissatisfaction amongst the citizens of the plants. Meanwhile, on Earth, several nations began creating these so-called combat coordinators in anticipation of a possible future conflict between naturals and coordinators. These humans were bred purely for combat, and to prevent them from defecting to the other side, they were subjected to severe mental conditioning. The program would end up being less than successful, as many did still defect, either to the coordinator side or to various mercenary groups, but rather than stopping, this would only lead them to find more effective ways of creating enhanced humans to fight against the unnatural and monstrous coordinators. Cosmic Era 46. Seeing his own son as inferior due to the DNA of his mother, Alda Flaga.
Alright, we're gonna paste that for a sec. Pause for a sec. Letting that go, 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 letting that go. any talking about any conversation. Now we gotta pause that a little bit. Get invested though, man. Stuff's good. Shoot, it's interesting learning about this history, especially when you're doing this. It gives you time to look into things. But yeah, I'm just not gonna just let that go without saying something. That's crazy. You know, I still want y'all to check out the channel. Let's see. Putting this together. Is it going? It's gonna go. Don't know. There you go. You know what coordinators are? Now think about it. They're basically just X-Men. That's really what they are. B120. Right there. Put that right there to make sure I don't cut myself messing around. Alright. We are building today. Man, that's one thing I have a bad habit of doing is getting locked in, and I was getting locked in, so not good. Alright. See what I'm doing. Oh, no, that's okay. That's what I want. That's the right one. Yep, that's exactly right. Scratch a little bit. It goes right in here. Oh, I do need G. Okay. Put you right there. Now we need H23, H123, and we need G112. H123. Alright, and G112. Alright. Okay. I think we paused enough. Hold on, I just want to put this in there real quick. Yep. Get this torso cleaned up and then I'll go ahead and start again. Hmm. pieces need to. All right, we're good. Okay, that in. All right, cool. All right, torso is done. If it's zoomed. Oh, so this. Yeah, you're just not gonna do what I want you to, are you? Nope, not at all. Okay, it's fine. I'll fix that. I'll fix that later. Whatever. We gotta keep moving ahead. Let's go ahead and play this again.
Flaga visits the Mendel colony. Since its creation, this place had become known as the Mecca of genetic research, and it was also where GARM R&D was located, one of the leading authorities when it came to all things DNA. Here, Alda Flaga met with the head researcher, Yulin Hibiki, and commissioned him to make a clone of him. Later this year, Raula Flaga is born. Cosmic Era 50. The Zodiac Alliance is formed by Patrick Zala, Siegel Klein, and other prominent coordinators. Their demands are very simple: independence for the plants, as well as the right to produce their own food and the right to self-defense. This movement was welcomed by many coordinators on the plants, but not so much by the sponsor nations. Much to the dismay of many coordinators, they of course suppressed the movement with all of their might. But the Zodiac Alliance wasn't gone, it was merely out of sight, slowly building up more power in the shadows. Cosmic Era 53. The Plant Supreme Council is formed, consisting of representatives from each colony, and George Glenn is assassinated by a natural boy. Supposedly, the child killed him because he was frustrated that he wasn't born as a coordinator. But there are many rumors that Blue Cosmos was actually behind the attack. Cosmic Era 54. Dr. Hibiki turns one of his wife's fertilized eggs into a coordinator, and a new strain of the Type S influenza appears. This mutation is dubbed the Type S2 influenza and is immune to all existing vaccines. As a result, the new disease quickly spreads and the death toll is immense. However, the disease only seemed to be affecting naturals, causing rumors to begin circulating that it was actually the coordinators who were spreading the virus as revenge for George Glenn's assassination, and by extension, as an attempt to eradicate all naturals. Religious groups, meanwhile, see it as a punishment from God for the affront that is the coordinator race. With all of these accusations combined then, anti-coordinator sentiment is the highest it has ever been, and the following year, the Turin Protocol is enacted, once again banning genetic modification on Earth. February 5th, Cosmic Era 55. Lacus Klein is born. May 18th. Kira and Kigali Hibiki are born on Mendel, but they won't be with their birth parents for long. Having caught wind of an upcoming Blue Cosmos terrorist attack, both children are entrusted to the care of their mother's sister, Karidot Yamato. Neither their father, Yulin Hibiki, nor their mother, Via Hibiki, would survive the attack. And because of the rising number of casualties caused by the Type 2 influenza, similar anti-coordinator attacks and riots become commonplace. October 29th, Athranzala is born, and in one of the plants, Februaria City, coordinator researchers discover a vaccine against the type 2 influenza. However, even after mass producing it and supplying it to the Earth, the rumors persisted and anti-coordinator sentiment remained strong. Because of this, migration of coordinators to the plants now begins in earnest. Cosmic Era 57, the Federal Space Force, Eurasian Space Force, and Republic of East Asia Space Force jointly dispatch forces to the plants, forming a predecessor to the later Omni Enforcer. Cosmic Era 58, Siegel Klein and Patrick Zola are elected to the Plant Supreme Council, while also continuing their activities as the Zodiac Alliance. The group is getting more and more influential. Meanwhile in Orb, Uzumi Nara Alpha becomes the chief representative.
I skipped ahead. I was like, why is this off? Okay, I messed up. I see what I did. I screwed up. Okay, I see what happened. Alright, we're good.
And works begin on the orbital elevator called Ame no Mihashira. Cosmic Era 60. The plans become the main source of energy and manufactured goods for the nations on Earth. This leads to enormous profits for the sponsor nations, and they would continue to impose increasingly heavy quotas. But at the same time, it also earned them the ire of the other nations, who were increasingly critical of their monopoly. Cosmic Era 61. Patrick Zola is attacked by an anti-coordinator terrorist group, but survives. Fearing for the safety of his son, he sends Atherin to study abroad in Copernicus City and hides his identity. Here, the boy meets Kira, and the two would quickly become best friends. Cosmic Era 63. Because of a Blue Cosmos terrorist attack, the plant's energy production takes a momentary but severe hit. To deal with this situation, the Supreme Council requests for the energy quota to be temporarily suspended. However, none of the sponsor nations agree to this request, and the plants are plunged into a serious energy crisis. In response, a general strike is held by plant engineers. This peaceful protest, however, is met by the mobilization of the sponsor nations' mobile armor fleet. Voices for plant independence grow increasingly louder, and under the leadership of Siegel Klein and Patrick Zola, research begins on possible military applications of mobile suits. Cosmic Era 65. The first prototype for a combat mobile suit was rolled out, and the Zodiac Alliance grows larger both in size and in scope. It was also at this time that they changed their name to the Zodiac Alliance of Freedom Treaty, or ZAFT for short. Cosmic Era 67. The YMF-01B Proto-Jin is rolled out and becomes the first ever combat-ready mobile suit, and a part of Maya City is secretly converted into a factory to begin producing them. Cosmic Era 68. Members of ZAFT are now the majority on the Supreme Council, and one of their members, Siegel Klein, is elected as the new chairman. They now begin prioritizing the right to self-govern and trade autonomy. 1 month later, they go public with this new direction at a meeting with the sponsor nations. They do not take kindly to this and again mobilize their fleet. But by now, the plants have their own fleet, allowing them to respond in kind. For the time being, though, this merely results in a standoff. But the plants weren't the only ones bolstering their forces. Blue Cosmos membership swelled to hundreds of thousands, and the persecution of coordinators on Earth only continued to get worse. That is, for the ones still living there, because for understandable reasons, by this time, most had migrated to the plants. In an attempt then to get more supporters in their camp, Chairman Klein secretly went to the United States of South America and the Oceania Union for trade agreements concerning food imports and industrial product exports. The sponsor nations quickly found out about this and were outraged. They demanded Chairman Klein to step down, the Supreme Council to be disbanded, and the plans to give up any and all ideas of independence. When they refused to move on any of these points, the sponsor nations restricted food exports to the plants and even went as far as shooting down a plant-owned cargo fleet that was transporting food from South America to the plants. Hundreds of coordinators died, and this became known as the Mandelbrot incident. Tensions between the plants and the sponsor nations were at an all-time high, and things weren't about to die down this time. In response to the Mandelbrot incident, Patrick Zolla fused ZAF with the plants' militia, turning them from a mere political pressure group into a fully fledged military force, with mobile suits as their ace in the hole. He also decides to call Atherin back to the plants. Atherin then invites Kira to join him, but he chooses to stay at Copernicus for the time being. The two best friends vow to see each other again and say their goodbyes. Given the rapidly deteriorating situation though, the Yamatos also decide that staying at Copernicus isn't the best idea and move to Heliopolis. Also in Cosmic Era 68, an unspecified biohazard incident happens at the Mendel colony, causing many casualties and even Garm R.
H1. Where's H1? H1, 7 and 8. Let's see. Can I get this? There you are. Tooth. Alright, there we go. Okay, now let's put this all together. See what I'm doing. Okay, so do this. Do this. Then we do this. Correct? Yeah. Then we do this. Which way does it go? Let's do it this way. Let's do this. Hold on. Okay. We go this way. One. Oh, okay, I see. that right? No. Right? Wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, wait. I'm getting lost. This, right? Right here, then. This is the front, and it goes right here. Oh, okay. I see. There we go. Okay. All right. Oh, come on. I know y'all can't see it, but I gotta kind of concentrate on putting this one together because it's being pain. And then try putting this one in first, actually. You can tell where it's supposed to go. Oh, no. Oh, there you are. Oh, okay, it goes like this. Oh, I see. Outside like this. Yeah, it's all like this. No, it's this way. Okay, there you got it. Alright, finally. Jeez. Alright, that was a pain. But alright, we're good. Alright, let's do it with the other side. We should be good.
R&D as a whole to go bankrupt. The colony is abandoned and then sterilized with a large amount of X-ray radiation. Rumors float around that Blue Cosmos was somehow involved with the incident, but nothing was ever substantiated. Cosmic Era 69. Chairman Klein orders food to be produced at the plants, and Junius 7 through 10 are converted to agricultural plants, mainly focusing on grain production. When the sponsor nations find out about this, they first try to threaten the plants into submission, but when this gives no results, they again dispatch their fleet. This time, however, things would play out very differently.
Ah, boo! Nobody likes commercials. Nobody likes commercials. Nobody likes commercials. That's not true. I probably like commercials before I start. When I get money.
This video is brought to you by Manscaped.com. The star of the show, the all-new Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra. In the hand, you'll instantly notice the difference. From the sleek matte finish, combined with the glossy black combo, more importantly, it's just a comfortable tool to hold on to. It's got a nice weight in the hand, ergonomic contouring, and diving straight into the deep end, the major upgrade to the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra has to be their next-gen dual skin-safe blade heads, offering an upgraded trimmer blade alongside an interchangeable foil blade for a faster, smoother, and overall more precise feel and performance. To make things more interesting, there's the foil blade, designed to leave you with the smoothest, sleekest, and completely bare finish down there. Sort of like having two trimmers, except paying for the price of one. And they haven't changed our favorite feature. It's still waterproof too, which means you can choose to trim freely in front of a mirror, but also save some time and multitask in the shower. Better yet, Manscaped has even updated their LED spotlight, which I didn't think could get better, but here we are. Plus, you can try it risk-free for 30 days with easy returns, so trust me when I say your balls will thank you.
The plants not only unveiled the existence of Zaft, being their de facto military, but also the existence of their top secret weapon, the ZGMF-1017 Jin, an upgraded version of the YMF-01B Proto-Jin. Despite being at an incredible numerical disadvantage, these new mobile suits were able to run circles around the mobile armors of the sponsor nations and completely wiped out their fleet, and even managed to drive them out of planned airspace completely. Seeing the effectiveness of these mobile suits then, Captain Halberton of the Atlantic Federation's 4th Fleet, later the 8th Fleet of the Earth Alliance, submits a report on them to the Federation's military HQ. The report details their combat prowess in space, and concludes by saying that the Federation should also invest in their own mobile suit program. His report is disregarded, but not by everyone. Together with some members of the Federation's Congress, he is able to get his mobile suit program on track. Development starts for the Federation's G-weapons. And seemingly unrelated to this at the time, Kira Yamato enrolls in Heliopolis' Industrial College. In the wake of the attack, Chairman Klein again demands full independence and fair trade deals for the plants. However, despite several attempts to negotiate a deal between them and the sponsor nations refuse to budge. And so, the plants put up an ultimatum. Should no favorable answer be given by January 1st, Cosmic Era 70, the plants will unilaterally stop exporting any goods to Earth. January 1st, Cosmic Era 70. With the deadline rapidly approaching, a delegation from the plants is sent to meet with representatives of the sponsor nations. However, while on their way, they fall victim to a terrorist attack, and one of the delegates is killed. Blue Cosmos claims the attack, but it is soon revealed that it was actually the sponsor nations who were behind this attack. This incident would become known as the Unheld Meeting. As promised, the plans halt all exports, and the sponsor nations who were so reliant on those goods face a sudden economic crisis. To further increase anti-coordinator and anti-plan sentiments then, many governments on Earth now begin to actively create propaganda against them. February 5th, the United Nations called for negotiations to be held to reconcile the two parties. Both agree to meet at Copernicus, but disaster strikes. A terrorist bombing wipes out everyone present at the meeting. This being the UN leadership and the representatives from Earth. The representative from the plants, Siegel Klein, was spared because his shuttle was delayed due to a convenient problem. February 7th, for the Atlantic Federation, the shuttle problem was a bit too convenient, and they accused the plants of being the ones who staged the terrorist attack. They make the Alaska Declaration. In it, they say that this attack by the plants was not just a declaration of war against the Earth, but against all naturals. With the UN leadership wiped out, the organization is now replaced by the Earth Alliance. At the same time, Uzumi Nara Alta, chief representative of Orb, declares that no matter what happens in the future, Orb will remain independent and neutral. February 11th, Cosmic Era 70. The newly formed Earth Alliance declares war on the plants, and immediately thereafter, an attack fleet launches from the Ptolemaios lunar base. The flagship of this fleet is a Roosevelt, and on board are nuclear missiles.
If you own a gun, then just buying concealed carry insurance isn't enough to be prepared. You need to be educated and trained, and that
And the first year of development on Macross had already been an epic tale of shared rights between studios, starts and stops in production, and the dissolution of the corporation that had originally commissioned the series.
Epic tale of shared rights between studios and the dissolution of the corporation that had originally commissioned the series.
You ever dance with the devil by the pale moonlight?
It's the beginning of an exciting new age of transforming robots engineered by creators who were still kids themselves, playing with toys as they consider the inevitable realities of space war and the people whose lives and businesses are forever changed by it. This is not the history of Robotech, but it is the history of Robotech. Hi, I'm Dan Larson, and this is the history of Super Dimension Fortress Macross. This video is about the 1982 Japanese animated series Super Dimension Fortress Macross. As stated in the intro, we will touch on the adaptation to the US as Robotech, but this is not the history of Robotech. We have covered that already in depth in several videos, and one very long one linked in the description below. Super Dimension Fortress Macross is a Japanese animated series that originally aired one season of 36 episodes in Japan from October of 1982 through June of 1983. It was a notable series due to the quality of the animation, the mech designs, the mature storytelling, and the duality of its existence in Japan versus the US. On a perfectly normal day on planet Earth in the year 1999, a giant alien spacecraft split the sky and crashed on a small island in the Pacific Ocean. At nearly 3/4 of a mile long, the ship's violent entry into the atmosphere left a devastating path of destruction. But humans are resilient and opportunistic. They persevered, choosing not only to rebuild the cities damaged by the vessel, but also to build a new city around the vessel itself to begin rebuilding the vessel itself. Over the next decade, politicians, scientists, military industrialists, and even fast food restaurants experienced the benefits of a new alien ship restoration-based economy. Each new discovery spurred scientific innovation, but at a cost. The existence of the ship and its technology was proof that there was alien life out there, and it was very good at space war. How much time did Earth have before the aliens came looking for their ship, bringing space war with them? In 2009, on the day the new ship, the Macross, took its maiden voyage, the Zentradi fleet arrived. Automatic defense systems still active aboard the Macross automatically fired and kicked off the human Zentradi space war. Active duty military pilots like Roy Fokker and even civilian pilots like Hikaru Ichijo were immediately engaged in combat using advanced multi-purpose fighter jets called Valkyrie that can transform into giant robots. Good thing, because it turned out that these Zentradi soldiers they were fighting against were as tall as their giant robots. In an attempt to escape the battle, the crew of the Macross activated its spacefold engine, hoping to teleport the massive ship to the dark side of the moon. Instead, they jumped all the way to Pluto. Even worse, they were so close to Earth's surface when they activated the engine that the city built around the Macross restoration was teleported with them. Tens of thousands of innocent civilians, now refugees displaced by space war, forced to call Macross their home. It's a long road back to Earth, fraught with the dangers of deep space and the horrors of intergalactic war. But even with all of that pressing down on this sample size of humanity, love still thrives aboard the Super Dimension Fortress Macross. Thank you to Factor for sponsoring this video. Click the link in the description below and use code GALAXY50 for 50% off your first box and 20% off your next box today. You would be hard-pressed to find a meal that is fast, affordable, and tastes good because it's made from fresh ingredients. Most places will tell you to pick two because no one can deliver all three. Factor disagrees. Factor delivers no fuss, no muss meals that eliminate the hassle of prepping, cooking, or cleaning up. Simply heat and savor the good stuff. It's April, and that means Factor is celebrating Earth Day all month long. Look out for the Earth Month Eats badge on the menu for the lowest carbon footprint meals. Factor is now owned by HelloFresh, and with a wider array of meal plans to choose from, there's something for everyone. It's easy to switch between the brands to make your meal planning even easier. Head to Factor75.com or click the link below and use code GALAXY50 to get 50% off your first Factor box and 20% off your next box today. That's code GALAXY50 at Factor75.com to get 50% off your first box plus 20% off your next box while your subscription is active. And thanks again to Factor. Shoji Kawamori was born in 1960 in a small village deep in the mountains of Japan. When he was 3, his family moved to Yokohama, one of the largest cities in Japan. In 1974, when he was in junior high school, the animated series Space Battleship Yamato began airing on television. Obsessed with the TV series, he and his friends found the address of the studio that was working on the show, got a tour of their humble facility, and met several of the creators, a moment Kawamori cites as the beginning of his mecha design journey. That studio was Studio Nue, founded just 2 years earlier as Crystal Art Studio by 4 friends fresh out of university who couldn't imagine a future working a regular job, a path Kawamori himself followed just a few years later during his own first year at university. Kawamori was working part-time at Studio Nue while studying mechanical engineering with the hopes of becoming a car or airplane designer. As he told the story in a 2015 interview with Forbes, quote, "The big hole in this plan, though, was that there wasn't really an allegory for NASA in Japan. Meanwhile, my part-time work at Studio Nue became busier and busier. I also came to realize that in animation I could still design those kinds of spaceships as well as anything else I thought was interesting." In 1978, at the age of 18, Kawamori created mechanical designs for Fighting General Daimos, part of the massively popular wave of super robot shows that dominated Japanese cartoons and toys, which Studio Nue helped popularize with shows like 1975's Brave Ray Dean, 1976's Combattler V, and 1977's Voltus 5 and Zambot 3. As a genre, however, it was oversaturated. The release of Star Wars in 1977 supercharged a growing hunger for real science fiction, including the revival of Space Battleship Yamato in Japan in theaters and a sequel series in 1978. In 1979, the release of Mobile Suit Gundam cemented a mainstream shift away from the brightly colored superhero robot shows and toys to real robot shows and toys. Robot and ship designs, characters, relationships, and the space war itself grounded in a more mature, more realistic universe. Studio Nue was part of the very early development of the mech designs in Mobile Suit Gundam. One design in particular could trace its DNA directly to Studio Nue's concept for the powered suits from Robert Heinlein's Starship Troopers. Is it gun cannon? Yes, obviously. That same year, Studio Nue was contacted by Japanese toy company Takara to develop designs for an original toy robot series called Diaclone. Kawamori collaborated with Takara designers on several models, including most famously a character named Convoy in their Car Robots line, who would one day be renamed Pepsi Optimus Prime. In 1980, Studio Nue leveled up from just an anime design studio to an anime planning studio. Greater risk, but greater rewards. They worked with Toho Company, one of the biggest movie studios in Japan, to bring the futuristic world of Technopolis 21C to theaters. Through 1980, Kawamori did mechanical designs on shows like Tsuburaya's The Ultraman animated series and Tatsunoko's Gordian the Warrior. He further cemented his place as a full member of Studio Nue when he was given the opportunity to head the mechanical design of Ulysses 31, developed by Japanese animation studio Tokyo Movie Shinsha and French production company Deke Enterprises.
Creativity, it's in you. Now, you have a tool to get it out. Goes down like paint with the precision of a Sharpie, and it writes on almost anything. The new Sharpie Creative Marker. The world is your canvas.
Here we go again. It's nacho night, with a side of gas and diarrhea.
Sound familiar? Any of these digestive issues after eating may cause you to second-guess your food choices and could mean you have exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
I had it on mute!
But Creon can help manage EPI. Creon is an oral prescription medicine used to treat EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions. Creon replenishes digestive enzymes, so the body can break down food and absorb its nutrients.
You had me at hello.
With Creon, I can manage my EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you are allergic to pork, have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Nothing can come between us.
Savor everyday moments. Don't wait to ask your doctor if Creon is right for you. Learn how AbbVie can help you save on Creon.
In August of 1980, Studio Nue began a partnership with the Uizu Corporation, sometimes referred to as the Wiz Corporation, founded just 2 years earlier in 1978 to develop an original animation project. Nue would handle planning and design. Uizu would take care of production. Uizu wanted to make a robot show. Nue loved making robot shows. But an idea about a robot show is all Uizu really had. Both teams kicked around ideas, and one of the first to gain traction was leaning into the popularity of giant spaceships like Space Battleship Yamato. From that same Forbes interview with Kawamori, quote, This is when we came up with the idea for a giant battleship turning into a gigantic mecha. But Kawamori was concerned that someone else would come up with the same idea, so he wanted to do something different with it. He recalled an idea he came up with during the production of Ulysses 31 that juxtaposed normal people, not soldiers or trained pilots, inside a spaceship and upscaled that to an entire town. The working title for the new series was a phonetic pun. Battle City Megaload and Battle City Mega Road sound the same when pronounced by a native Japanese speaker. The title could then refer to both the city full of people inside the giant robot as a mega load, or the long journey they must travel, a great distance, a mega road. By 1981, Uezu and Studio Nue were butting heads over which direction this new series was going to take. Uezu wanted a comedy that parodied the giant robot genre. Nue's entire existence had been in the pursuit of more realistic giant robot stories. Futuristic, yes. Hypothetical, absolutely. Believable, necessary. Realism was increasingly part of their brand, and to parody the genre would be a betrayal of their mission and their fans. As production continued, the designers at Nue were always developing new ideas, whether they were for a specific project or not. Kawamori and one of his Studio Nue partners, Kenichi Matsuzaki, had been locked in a friendly competition to see who could design the best non-human mecha for over a year. Both of them had independently explored ideas utilizing a reverse knee joint. Matsuzaki's had 4 legs, Kawamori's had 2 legs. Since that design was ultimately going to be used in some kind of animated series in the future, it was clear that Kawamori's was the superior design since it would be easier to animate. And so Gerwalk was born. Technically, Gerwalk is an acronym that stands for Ground Effective Reinforcement of Winged Armament with Locomotive Knee Joint. For the design of this particular mech, it was the middle mode.
Okay, I'm getting too invested in this. Hold on. I need to take a break. I'm just going to watch through it. That's not what I want to do. So I need... I need right now C2. I need... Okay, I need A and C and B. C, A, and B. Right? Yep. Move these aside, so let me get B1, A2, A1, I need C's. Sorry, told you. Boom! Alright, cool. Set these aside. Alright, let's go ahead and keep going.
Between robot and jet. Become a YouTube channel member today for $1 a month to get access to an exclusive monthly video. For March 2024, that exclusive video is the history of fruit stripe gum. So click the join button below this video or click the link in the description to become a YouTube channel member today.
僕は一条光、秘密指令第1号、森永マクロスチョコレートを探せ。そして中のカードをスクラッチせよ。3点集めればマクロシリーズのバトロイド・バルキリー、ガオーク、ファイター、アーマードなどプラモデルが君の手に。森永マクロスチョコレートプラモデルプレゼント。
Kawamori and Studio Nue didn't want to waste what they considered to be some of their most original ideas on a parody project, so they kept some of the designs to themselves for a while, potentially for use on a different project in the future if necessary. On the character side of things, Kawamori and character designer Haruhiko Mikimoto were building on an idea they had about a girl singing in a Chinese restaurant located in the town inside the giant transforming ship. She quickly became a favorite of the production staff as she was modeled around a real singer and song from World War II. Lily Marlene was a 1939 song about the heartache felt by soldiers destined for combat and the loves they left behind. The song became a favorite of soldiers on both the Axis and the Allied armies, a song beloved by all, a unifying piece of humanity, of art, of emotion that, in another world, could have brought everyone together. Lin Min Mei, her voice and her music became an integral part of the story, inspired by real events, but walking a fine line of parody in a world full of hard science fiction and depictions of bloody combat. The Zentradi would be enchanted, compelled by her performance, and demand to be shrunk down to human size, changing sides during the war to learn more about human culture. Unfortunately, by the end of 1981, Macross was on life support, Uezu was out of money and out of business. That left Studio Nue as the full owner of the new series, but also alone in development. They could go in any direction they wanted to, if they could afford it.
Damn, we're in a tight spot. Damn, we're in a tight spot. Damn, we're in a tight spot.
They planned a 52-episode series and hoped for a release date of April 1982. Nearly impossible with the staff they had, and definitely impossible with the money they didn't have. Producer Greg Style Editing got the story down to 39 episodes. Fortunately, Big West, an advertising agency moving into animation, was interested in sponsoring the series, but not without conditions. First off, one of the producers wanted to rename the giant transforming spaceship Macbeth. That was countered by Studio Nue with Macross, a portmanteau of Macbeth and across to maintain the travel pun, as in across space, referring back to the long road ahead. Furthermore, Big West insisted that the only way to make the budget work was to trim the series even further to 27 episodes. Despite those cuts, the premiere date still had to be pushed back to September of 1982. But even that wasn't enough. Macross was an expensive show, and Studio Nue was left with no choice but to reach out to Artland Studio to help produce the series, who in turn brought in Anime Friend as a co-producer. Tatsunoko signed on as distributor, and most importantly, Takatoku Toy Company as another sponsor. The first 3 episodes were finally completed and began airing October 3rd, 1982. Despite all of its revolutionary visual, narrative, and design innovations, it took time to find its audience. Macross originally aired at 2 p.m. on Sunday afternoons and managed a small following, but a switch to Wednesdays at 5:30 in the evening significantly boosted their ratings. That improved performance was enough to buy them back 6 more episodes to make the final count 36. Studio Nue's partnership with Takatoku brought Kawamori's innovative Valkyrie design to life as a real toy. Dubbed the Kanzen Henkei, or perfect transformation, it set a new standard for what was possible with form-changing alien robot.
Holy crap, that scared the crap out of me. I thought I freaking snipped I thought the piece broke off, but no, it didn't. Oh, man. That was crazy. That was a crazy effect. 110%. Alright, let's keep going.
Toys. Capable of not only changing between fighter jet and robot mode, it could also hold the third Gerwalk mode that was so important to the visual and narrative aesthetic of Macross. It was a huge success and set the Valkyrie toy apart from all other transforming robots of the time, with its complexity and elegance selling over 1 million units for Takatoku. Macross was a hit in Japan, and that caught the attention of other markets outside of Japan. In 1984, a company called Harmony Gold acquired the international distribution rights from Tatsunoko, not Big West, not Studio Nue, Tatsunoko, to dub the series for release on home video outside of Japan. From there, check the link in the description below for the full story of Harmony Gold and Robotech as told by us, to the best of our ability. To sum it up, real quick, Harmony Gold did not stop there. They employed Carl Macek to re-edit and rewrite the entire Macross series, together with 2 sister series produced by Studio Nue, Super Dimension Cavalry Southern Cross and Genesis Climber Mospeada, to release as one continuing narrative in the US called Robotech. What followed was a web of ownership and distribution rights that entangled the entire franchise outside of Japan. Harmony Gold insisted on asserting what they perceived to be their exclusive right to everything related to the series, from packaging art to toys to animation. The legal mess was further complicated by the bankruptcy of Takatoku Toys in 1984. Multiple products in Takatoku's library were licensed by multiple representatives to multiple companies doing business around the world. In the US alone, 4 different companies, Revell, Hasbro, Select Toys, and Harmony Gold, claimed ownership of the Macross Valkyrie in one form or another. Harmony Gold embarked on a mega road of their own, a decades-long battle to assert what they considered their exclusive rights in lawsuits around the world. That legal action, their claim to distribution of the Macross television series and the right to create and authorize the sale of merchandise based on such series outside Japan, prevented the official legal release of any Macross product that wasn't approved by Harmony Gold. And to protect their Robotech brand, almost none of it was approved by Harmony Gold.
Thinking to start cutting carbs, I need to drop my belly fat.
If you want to drop this,
start eating more of these.
Starving ourselves, eating salads, and cutting out carbs, doing this never works and only leads to more frustration.
You might think this would take years to learn, but we're going to teach it to you in 60 seconds. Watch this.
This is a metabolism killer, this is a metabolism killer, and this is a metabolism killer.
If you're over 40 and are running on the treadmill endlessly and eating salads all day just to lose a few pounds, just stop and listen to what I'm about to tell you. In your 20s, it's easy, right? Put on muscle easily, we're fit, we got tons of stamina, tons of time sometimes. But as you get older, you may not be able to lose weight as quickly or as easily, you may not.
During that time, Macross continued to develop and grow in Japan. Multiple sequels and movies were produced that advanced the world and timeline well into a future unknown and legally inaccessible to fans of Robotech in the US. Nearly all of them under the guidance of original creator Shoji Kawamori. Fans outside of Japan caught a break with the emergence of the internet in the late 1990s and early 2000s. The digital back alleys allowed them to circumvent Harmony Gold's legal blockade. Robotech fans watched helpless as Robotech stagnated, the series that made them fall in love with transforming space war robots that helped birth an entire genre of real robot animation restricted in its own growth and maturation. Trapped forever as a hybrid of 3 different animated series, forever locked in 1984. Even Gundam found its way to the US at the turn of the millennium, riding a wave of Japanese cartoons, comics, toys, and games that was conspicuously lacking in anything new related to Macross or Robotech. Spurred by that excitement for Japanese animation, in 2000, Big West and Studio Nue themselves sued Harmony Gold in Japan to straighten out the rights issue. Tokyo District Court ruled that Big West and Studio Nue were the sole owners of the original character and mech designs for the original Macross series. However, Tatsunoko owned the production rights. Decades later, in 2021, Harmony Gold and Big West finally reached an agreement to set the stage for global release of Macross. Disney Plus became the streaming home for Macross in Japan, featuring various series and movies in the Macross saga, from 1982's Super Dimension Fortress Macross through the 2021 movie Macross Delta Movie Absolutely Live. Disney Plus is also the streaming home outside of Japan, with one catch. Disney Plus will not be able to stream the original Super Dimension Fortress Macross since it was used in the creation of Robotech, or the 1984 movie Macross Do You Remember Love, since it is essentially a retelling of the original series that was used in the creation of Robotech.
Do you know what? I can't believe this shit.
Macross is a story about love and its power to overcome even the worst atrocities humans or aliens can commit. Spoiler alert, at the end of 27 episodes of Macross, the Earth is totally f***ing destroyed. The surface of the planet is nearly uninhabitable. The only remaining humans are the ones who weren't on the planet at the time of the final devastating invasion of the Zentradi fleet. Despite the incredible losses, the humans still technically won the war. The forces of the Zentradi either turned to join the human side, were repelled, or completely destroyed. Lin May is among the survivors, a key figure in the turning of the tide, her music not only boosting the morale of the human forces, but fracturing the psyche of the Zentradi due to their inability to reconcile what is love. Human art and emotion literally short-circuit their brains. Because Macross isn't just a space war, it's also a culture war on a galactic scale that enlisted some of Earth's most powerful culture warriors and weapons, like pop singer Lin May, the act of kissing and getting married, proving that the most transformative power in the galaxy isn't robo-technology, it's the power of love. Thanks for watching. Please hit like, hit subscribe if you're not already a subscriber. Thank you very much to those of you who already are. If you're in the position to help the channel grow, please visit our Patreon at patreon.com/toygalaxy. Several different tiers to address your specific Secret Galaxy content needs. Did I say that right? Secret Galaxy. We have a new Secret Galaxy merch shop. Check that out at secretgalaxy.shop. All merchandise is physically in stock and ready to ship. Links to all of this in the description below. And let us know in the comments down below if you've ever watched the original Macross, or if you just watched Robotech and trusted Harmony Gold to let you know when something new was coming out. Any fans of Harmony Gold in the audience tonight? No? Tough crowd, tough crowd. Hey, look, the good news is the legal blockade is weakening, compromises are being made. At this rate, we're probably only another decade or two away from all of this actually being in the past. Cut.
Huh?
Huh? Huh?
so we just finished up the arms. And now next thing we know is the waist, the legs, and the head, and then the backpack. So I'm gonna not take a break, but I'm gonna go ahead and grab something to drink real quick. Out of the B-Bach. But while I'm back, I think I'll put on something. Let's go ahead and turn you off. Second, we'll turn on big YouTube. And we'll actually put on one of my videos. Why not? Where are you at? There you are. YouTube, interact. Oh, there it is. It's on top. I can't see it. Alright. Oh, yeah, let's play one of my most popular videos. I'll be back. Alright, be right back. Be right back. Be right back. Just gonna grab need to take a break, get something to drink. I'll be right back. What up? I just saw your message. Because your message is blocked by this thing. Alright, I'll move this out the way. Alright, we're done. How to turn this off? Let's turn this off. And then stop you. Wait a minute, stop. Hey, what's up, man? Sorry, I cannot. There we go. It's funny how I do not know how to say your name. Oh man, I didn't even see this. What up, man? Nice to see you, man. Good to see you here. What Gundam am I building today? The Gundam I am building today is called, it is called the Gundam LO Booster. So, sorry about that. I didn't even see your chat. If you, I don't know when you started hitting me up, but I didn't even see your message because there's a stupid little gray box that was blocking the message. So I didn't even get to see it. So my bad if you're, I hope y'all are still there. But welcome. What up, Shadow Blade? Nice to see you here. Sad to go down. Give me a little snack, but I'm back to finish this up. But yes, we are building the Gundam LO Booster today while we're watching different content and reacting to stuff. So welcome to the stream. I appreciate it. Of course, I'll come back. You can find me at. But anyways, I'm back. Yes. All right. Now I can see it. Okay, I gotta fix this chat problem. One day I wanted to fix this chat problem. I kind of want to give me like a second little monitor one day. That's the goal. All right. Yep. You see, that's the problem. Boom. Okay. There we go. All right. Yeah, we gotta fix the chat one day. That's what we gotta do. I shouldn't have missed that. But yes, that's what we're doing today. We're doing that and reacting to different videos. So, you know, that's what we're doing today. Doing a live Gundam build. But again, thanks for checking out the stream. Definitely appreciate it. Let's see what else we could put on. Did I see that? Huh.
What's going on, y'all? Welcome back to the channel. It's CTO, and we got some new news for Gundam Breaker 4. First thing being a release date. We got a release date being August 29th. The game will drop August 29th on all platforms that it will be available for. We also got some new news in regards to the optional system, customization, and also game speed as well. I'm going to go over it, and I'm going to try to make the video as quick and painless as possible. Let's get into the video. What's playing in the background is some old Gundam Breaker 4 closed network test footage. It's from the training mode or the test area mode that they added into the game. And it's basically just me testing out the combos and animation cancels and just kind of seeing what can be done. You guys can kind of just watch and see what I'm doing and kind of get a feel for what you can animation cancel and what you cannot in the game. Also, they did make a lot of announcements in the new launch trailer that they did launch today. I will post that in the description for people who did not see that, so you guys can watch that and see what did get announced. I'm not going to go over them in this video. I just mainly want to go over what was covered in the stream. The first change that they made when it came to customization, or when it comes to customization, is when you're painting your parts in the painting option, the camera will actually pan to the part that you're painting. So if you're painting your left arm, the camera will zoom into your left arm so you can get a better look at what you're painting. You're also able to resize and make builders parts even bigger or even smaller than you originally were in the closed network test.
I just want to say that is one of the coolest part about the new Gundam Breaker. Appreciate that. Is freaking tight. Let's go here. So I need H1, H2, G1, G2, H1, H2, B1, B2, B1, B2, boom, and I need C1, C2. Yeah, okay. Alright. So let's keep going. I'll move this over here. Put it on a beat. Alright, so we're done with that. Alright. Next one on the list, let's go G1, G2. B1, B2. Wait a minute. No. Where's... There it is. G1, G2. So we want 18, 15, 16. 18. Cartel. Damn. Blah. No. Okay. 18. 16. Alright. 18, 16, 15. Over here. 18. Okay, yeah, nah. Okay, once again, my bad. If I miss your message, my bad. I don't have my chat organized in a great way. One day I hope to fix it. I wonder if I could fix it. No. But yeah, no. I would. So the only way I could fix this, I'll need something very, very small, and put it like right. Well, I do have something very small, but I need to put it like on like a tripod or something, which I can't do. No, that won't work. Okay, can't do it. Man. Anyways, let's get back to the new features.
So that's a good change as well. And you can also orientate your backpacks in more directions. So you can actually flip backpacks in a 360-degree angle now, which is also a very good change as well when it comes to customization. The biggest change for me that has happened, or that I saw in the stream, is the optional system is changing. The optional system is going to be more similar to Gundam Breaker 3, and where each optional has its own cooldown. Thank you, Bandai, for listening and actually changing that, because that's big for the game. So each optional will have its own cooldown, but there is going to be a caveat to where if you have an optional, two optionals right above each other, so let's say you're looking at the bottom right of the screen at the moment in the video, you'll see like how each optional is attached to a certain button. So let's say I'm gonna give each optional a name. The one on the left is square, the one on the top is triangle, the one on the right is circle, the one on the bottom is X. Let's say you have two optionals, one in triangle, one in X. If those two optionals are attached to the same part, so let's say they're both chest optionals, you have one chest Vulcan and then a chest beam saber. If you use the Vulcans, the beam saber will go on cooldown as well. I have a picture in the background so you guys can get a better view of what I mean when I say that. So I know that might have been a little confusing, but that's one.
What do I feel about that? I don't know. I gotta play it too. Sounds. Alright, so I need to be very careful on how I make my. Okay. I think I get it. Okay, I think I get it. Okay, so alright.
Thing that they are kind of keeping is that if you do use two optional attached to the same part, they will have a shared cooldown. each optional, aside from that, will have its own cooldown. And I'm assuming that if you do not put them in that orientation, that they won't have a shared cooldown. Like let's say you put one optional in triangle and then one in circle, and they're attached to the same part, that they won't have the same cooldown, but we'll see when we get into the game to really test that. Now, the final change is that they're going to make the speed of the game, or they're going to up the speed of the game a little bit to feel a little bit more similar to Gundam Breaker 3. They said that they did hear the change, that the game did feel a little slower compared to Gundam Breaker 3. They're going to try to alleviate that by upping the game speed normally, but they also did say that response speed will make the game faster as well. So I don't think that they'll make it too much faster, but it's good to hear that they are going to up the speed of the game a little bit, because that was something that I noticed as well. Now, customization change aside, because more customization is always better. No one's really going to complain about that. I highly doubt that they would roll it out in like a bad state where it has bugs or anything like that, especially since the release date is in August. But customization change aside, the optional change, making it more like Gundam Breaker 3, is going to make this game, in my opinion, more of a hit than it already was going to be. And I think it's going to maybe even blow the game to a point to where maybe even Bandai may not have expected if more than just Gundam Breaker fans try the game and actually play the game. And because the game already feels very fun as an action game, and them just making the optionals have like their own cooldown is going to allow you to not only make new combos and have better combos, it's going to open up options for break builds and using optionals that have high break potential, like two-handed swords or like missile pods. And when you're playing co-op and you have, like, let's say you have one person doing Gatling gun build where they're just building up the hit counter so you can get the buffs, you have someone else that's running a break build that's able to break parts so that you're able to get more parts, because you do get parts as you break parts. And then you have someone who's more like a support, maybe buffing the team, stuff like that. I think it'll open up a lot more for co-op play for people who are going to tackle the harder difficulties, assuming that the harder difficulties are still as hard or about as challenging as they are in Gundam Breaker 3. I'm looking forward to the game even more thanks to these changes. I think the game is going to be even better. I think that the game will probably even exceed Bandai.
Me too. I mean, I'm hoping. I actually already did a video on this, on what I think is gonna happen with the changes, so I'm extremely excited that I think that this is gonna be. Oh, I said Gundam Breaker 4 is gonna be the one that brings gonna Breaker back to par and where it needs to be, and I said Gundam Breaker 5 is gonna be the game that's gonna create like the most advancements in the Gundam Breaker series, which is gonna make like all kinds of changes. So that's how I felt about it. Which I did say that in a video. So again, make sure to check out my videos on YouTube, which you're watching right now. But yeah, I do feel that way. I feel like this one's gonna bring Gundam Breaker back to par, bring this series, bring this franchise back to par, and I feel like Gundam Breaker 5 is gonna be the thing that's just going to change all of Gundam Breaker, and it's going to just be, you know, just it's gonna blow it out the water. So it does suck because we're like probably some pretty good years away from that, unless Gundam Breaker 4 does so good where they're like, okay, we're gonna do some updates to the game, which I'll be tight. But no offense, but I mean, not really any offense. I mean, I'm not saying anything offensive, but I personally don't see that happening. But I do think if Gundam Breaker 4 just blows things out the water, oh man. Wait a minute, how does this go on? Why am I... Okay, this goes right here, right? Yeah, okay. And this is supposed to go where? Right here? Like this? Okay, yep. And then what this goes, what, right here? Yeah, it goes... Guess right here. Oh, I should probably clean that up a little bit better. I'll try to clean it up a little bit better. Okay, cool. And this goes right here. Right. Like this. Okay, it goes like that. Alright. Alright, yep. And this goes here. Right. And then is that what is that how it works? Yep, I think so. It's supposed to be that way. It's supposed to be like this. Guess so. Okay. Seems like it. Alright. Ah! Crap, my back. Whew, I gotta get a new chair one day. That's what I gotta do. Gotta get a new chair. Alright, let's get back to it.
Expectations to a point where they may even consider maybe doing a PvP version or a live service version of Gundam Breaker. That would be kind of fire. I know we did get Gundam Breaker Mobile, but the reason why I didn't play Gundam Breaker Mobile is mostly because it was mobile and it just didn't really look similar to most Gundam games, being just how the camera was orientated and just how combat seemed to work in the game. It just didn't really look like most Gundam games for me, so I just didn't really get into it. But if they made a live service or even like a PvP version live service, they don't even have to really port PvE version of the game being live service. They had like a PvP kind of just like its own separate thing of like a Gundam Breaker as PvP game where it's live service and similar to how the game plays here in Gundam Breaker 4. I think people would go crazy for that, to be honest. And I think if Gundam Breaker 4 does pretty well, hopefully they take that into consideration and maybe even start working on something similar.
I disagree with this point. No offense to the guy, but I don't want that to happen at all. I don't want Gundam Breaker to be a live service. I did not necessarily like Gundam Breaker Mobile. Was not a fan. I'd rather it not do that. Personally, I'd rather it not be a live service. Of course, each his own. I'd rather have just another full game than have a live service. I don't know if I don't think okay. You know what? I'm gonna do a video about why I kind of lost interest in Gundam Breaker. The only reason why I haven't is because I gotta find my own footage. My own and my old footage. But I want to do literally a video on why can I get in Gundam Breaker Mobile, because there's a couple of reasons why which only applies to me, why I couldn't do it. So because I don't think I want it to be a live service because I didn't like Gundam Breaker Mobile and how the live service happened with that. So I don't think I want it to become a live service. I don't think I would like it personally. But yeah, I don't think I would like it personally. I'd rather keep those two things separate. Because honestly, it's because of Gundam Breaker Mobile, I never thought we'll get another regular Gundam Breaker game again. But it looks like we're finally getting that chance. And I really do hope Gundam Breaker 4 blows expectations. I hope Gundam Breaker 4 just does insane numbers that they're just like, what the heck happened? You know, I really hope so. I really do. I really have hope in Gundam Breaker 4. And I really would like to see it do really well. You know, that's my hope. I hope it shocks everybody. Like, how did Gundam Breaker 4 break all these records? You know, I want those articles to be written. I don't know if it's gonna happen, but I hope so. I would like to see Gundam, because again, it just means that there's potential for Gundam Breaker 5, and that may be an even greater game. So 233, 32, 32, 32, 32. 32. Oh, 32, 31. Bet money. Yep, I was right. 32, 31. I just saw it. But yes, I really am hoping. I really am hoping that Gundam Breaker 4 just, just change. And like I said, it doesn't need to be a great game. It just needs to sell ridiculously well. I'm not asking for it to become a masterpiece. I'm just asking for it to just sell. And for it to be bare minimum, just unreasonable, just fun. I just want people to be like, man, this game was fun. So I really am hoping for it. I'm hoping for it. That's me. I don't know, but that's what I'm hoping for. I want Gundam Breaker 4 to really break records. At least break their expectations. Alright. That's my hope. But we'll see what happens. I don't know. I may be wrong, but I doubt it.
To that, or even start working on something even better than what we have currently in Gundam Breaker, or even Gundam Breaker 5. But let me know what y'all think in the comments. If y'all enjoyed the video, or if this video put you on to some things that you didn't know about the game, definitely drop a like or a sub. It would definitely help out the channel.
Do both. Do both. Do both. I'm not doing it because I'm doing what I'm doing, but do both. Do both. Absolutely.
Honestly, again, you guys have been killing it with the support on the channel. I had a goal of 300 in a few videos ago, and when I look at my channel now, it's like you guys shattered that in just a few videos.
Yeah, for reals, man. Thank y'all. I appreciate it. I'm at 135 right now. I'm at 135. But we got an ultimate goal, which in a future stream I will be talking about, and I'll be going over it. So, yeah, I mean, he's right, man. Thank y'all. I appreciate y'all myself, because on my birthday month, y'all helped me break records, and well, not break records, but you helped me break my personal goal. And yeah, for that, I gotta thank y'all. And I appreciate y'all, and I hope a lot more y'all continue to subscribe, because I definitely am going to be doing a lot more videos. Absolutely. Not going to be just exclusively Gundam content. I know my next video is going to be I'm going to tell you right now, for all y'all who are here on the live stream, my next video is actually going to be a Digimon content. So, But even with that being said, yeah, I'm definitely grateful, because I did not think I was going to hit over 100 on my birthday month. But again, the goal is to, well, again, I will talk about the milestones in a future live stream. Mark my words. We are definitely going to do that. Let's get back to it, though. No, okay, there we go.
And we're already almost at 500, which is crazy to even think about, compared to just where I was at a couple of.
Man, I'm hoping to be right there with you, man. I am. I'm hoping to get there myself. So, but shout out to you, man, and make sure to subscribe. Get this channel to 1,000 if anybody's watching it.
Of weeks ago. But thank y'all for the support, for real. Definitely do appreciate it. I have been streaming Megaton Musashi a lot, and I'm getting pretty far in well, not pretty far. I've gotten pretty far to where I'm able to start doing Megaton 2. I started doing some of the Megaton 2 missions, so I will start making videos on Megaton 2 difficulty stuff soon. The next video for Megaton Musashi will probably be just Stronghold and going over the conquest mode and how that works and why you probably should be farming it if you're not already. Also, Wuthering Waves is about to drop soon, and I probably will, or definitely I will be covering that.
I was supposed to do that, but I guess it's not released on the PS4, so that's the reason why I haven't done Wuthering Waves, which I almost screwed up the name. But that was the next goal, was to do that game, but I will not be doing that game. G125. Where the heck is the other G? Is this the other G? Oh, G. Oh no! I messed up. Okay, wait. Okay. Hold on. Okay. This goes over here. Right, yes. And then this stays right here. Okay, I got it. But yes, I do want to pick up another gacha game. I probably should do a gacha game stream. I might do it. I don't know. You know what? I know who I'm going to hit up. I gotta work for the next. I gotta get some of this stuff done. I do gotta work. I do gotta work next week, and I do want to knock that job out pretty quickly. Hopefully, I can. Cause if I do, I mean, why am I telling you all my plans? Yo, just watch the channel. You'll see. All right, let's get back to the. Well, this video's almost over, but let's get back to it.
Game on the channel here, so if you guys are interested in that, or if you guys don't know what Wuthering Waves is, be prepared to find out, because that game is actually a really fun action game. I'm not going to even classify it as a gacha game because the action in that game is actually really top notch. But thank y'all for watching again. I will catch y'all in the next video, and peace.
Yeah, okay. Huh, gameplay fixes.
I do anything. Welcome to the new PetSmart Treats Rewards. Ready, go. Collect points with every...
So I wanted to talk a little bit more about Gundam Breaker 4 today, because we have had quite a lot of new information about it recently. Last time I talked about it, you guys seemed to be really interested in that, so today we'll be looking a little further into Gundam Breaker 4. So a couple days ago, we did get a new trailer for this game. I didn't cover it at the time because I was more focused on the whole Shizuoka Hobby Show thing. There was a whole bunch of just great new kit releases they announced there. If you haven't seen that already, card up there right now, go check it out. But on the same day that that whole thing was going down, we also got to see a lot of new information about Gundam Breaker 4, starting with a trailer that gave us the actual release date for this game. So it's coming out August 29th. That's a fine release date. It's a bit ahead of time in the future, but it's not too far away. I can definitely wait until then. Now, because we got the release date, we did also see pre-orders go up for the digital version of the game. I actually went ahead and pre-ordered the Ultimate Edition, which I normally don't do for games like this, but
I might call Sony, see if I could bump it up. I could just pay $10 extra and bump it up. I may go ahead and get the Ultimate Edition. I'm thinking about it. I gotta see. I gotta call and be like, hey, I wouldn't buy the Ultimate Edition. I had to do that $10 more. Well, y'all bump it up and just take $10 more out of my account instead of me having to like rebuy it twice. I don't know. I'll hit up Sony. I'll see what they say.
But Humble Bundle did a little bit of a pricing error on their website with the Ultimate Edition of the game, where they accidentally listed it at the same price as the Standard Edition. So I basically just got the Season Pass for free, and if they honor the price, cool. If not, I'll just get the standard version instead. Either way, I've got my copy of the game locked in and I am ready to play. Now, the trailer itself showed us a bunch of stuff we'd already seen. However, it did show off a couple new features we didn't know about yet. First of all, we get to see something coming back from Gundam Breaker Mobile that was actually pretty cool, and that is pre-made color palettes. So for each Gundam that's in the game, in addition to all the parts, you also have a color palette based off the colors of that Gundam. You can just automatically apply to whatever you want. It'll automatically give the kit those colors. Obviously, you can go in and further customize it from there, but for a lot...
I just want to say, yeah, that's actually pretty cool. That's actually pretty cool. I actually do like that. Huh.
A lot of kids, this will give you a really nice starting point so you can make your own custom scheme without having to fine-tune all the little stuff from scratch. I think this is a really cool addition and something that was definitely worth bringing over from the mobile game. Now, the other big thing they showed off in the trailer that got a lot of people excited was we actually got to see our first look at what the roster for this game is going to look like. Now, for other reasons I'm going to get into in a minute, we actually know the full roster of the game now. However, at the time this trailer came out, they showed us a few kits that we had not seen in the game yet. So they started by showing us Ariel, which we'd already seen. It was on all the promotional material, not really a surprise. However, they followed it up with Darabalde. Now, Darabalde was actually a kit that some of us...
Alright, I just want to say this, and I was going to do a video on this, but since I'm in live streaming, again, you only get some of this information before everybody else if you check out the live stream. So this is a thank y'all to y'all who actually is here at the live stream and checking it out. Hold on, let me say it without cussing. Why is why are there not more P Bondite kits? I'll be honest with you, I'm not happy about that at all. My kit, the unofficial channel mascot, is not in the game, and I'm not happy about that. That crap makes me angry. I wanted my H117. This channel is not represented, and I'm not happy. Gundam Jim and Ass should be in Gundam Breaker 4, and it's not. And I am not happy. And I just want to put this out there on record. Again, I will be making a video on this once it comes out, but I am just going to tell y'all right now, exclusively to y'all who are here watching the stream, that yes, Gundam Jim and Ass, and again, I did go over the roster. Gundam Jim and Ass is not in the game, which is extremely upsetting to me, and I'm not happy about that at all. This is why I said I have my own personal issues with the game. Okay, I just want to say this. I'm joking, by the way. It's all for comedic effect. But even with that being said, I am not happy that Gundam Jim and Ass is not in the game. My boy should be up in there, and it's not. And I feel a certain way. I'm just going to put it out there. I feel a certain way that my Gundam Jim and Ass, is not in the game. And it needs to be. That is an official mascot of this channel. Unofficial mascot. And I need Gundam Jim and Ass to be in this game. The fact that it's not happy. Worst roster ever. Horrible. And again, I'm joking, by the way. I'm joking by the game way. Don't take me too seriously. But I am not happy. I'm not happy about that at all. Because I was hoping to see my Gundam in there. Because I had some plans for my Gundam. And it's not even in there. Okay, this, what is this? H1, 1 and 18. H1, 1 and 18. Man, y'all experienced builders. I'll give y'all credit. I'm just going to let y'all know, y'all who've been doing this for years and actually been doing for this for a while. I just want to let y'all know I'm giving y'all a lot of credit because y'all be knowing how to sand and get it all perfect. I'm not on that level yet. Although, whenever I get a chance, I am thinking about doing a custom build again, but not right now. Either way, let's get back to it.
This new was already coming because they mentioned it in a previous developer stream that they were planning on adding the Darabalde. However, this was our first time actually seeing it in action in-game. And yeah, it looks pretty cool. Unfortunately though, having seen the full roster, it does seem like Ariel and Darabalde are the only Witch from Mercury kits in the base version of the game, which is a little disappointing. Even though I'm not the biggest fan of the mecha from Witch from Mercury, I still would have kind of liked to have seen stuff like the Pharact, the Calibarn, in the base roster of the game instead of them being DLC, but it is what it is. With this show being as popular as it is, them showing up in a DLC pack at some point is basically guaranteed. Now, past those two, we actually got to see some new stuff. New Gundam FF. This is the version that's based off the New Gundam statue. It's in the game. They also showed off the Helios from Gundam Breaker Battlelog, which was pretty cool to see. And then the last thing they showed off in the trailer was the Kasi Gundam. This is a unit that I was not 100% sure we'd see in Gundam Breaker since it's a bit on the bigger side, so I was pleasantly surprised to see them included here, and now that they have the whole scaling gimmick.
one of my favorite Gundams, the Kazid, whatever. You know how to say it. One of my absolute favorite Gundams of all time. I love that design. I've been wanting that forever. Even though I like the OG version, which somebody made a comment on that. And I will respond to your comments literally once I get more free up a lot more time.
For the different parts, it kind of does make sense to start introducing some of these really small or really large mobile suits. But then again, we already had stuff like the Nightingale in the game, so maybe it wasn't that much of a hurdle to begin with. And that was all the units that they showed off in the trailer. However, they did also update the Japanese version of the game's website to show us the full list of units in the game. So right off the bat, everything that was in New Gundam Breaker is present here. No units have been cut from the roster, which is excellent news. We all kind of assumed that was going to happen, but it is comforting to actually see confirmation of it, especially after the whole launch situation with NGB. So in the full list, we were able to see that we're getting the Leo, which is a very cool grunt suit that a lot of people love. I'm sure we're going to see some great customs with that, as well as a couple more grunt suits, such as the Jin and the Zaku Warrior. I'm personally very happy to finally see the Zaku Warrior in this game. I really like that mobile suit design, and I always thought it was a pretty glaring omission in the previous games. So it's great to see it here, both in the standard version and with the Gunner backpack. We are going to be getting some Mecha Musume options as well, with Super Fumina and Mobile Doll Mei both appearing as fully customizable kits. We did get the Super Fumina before in New Gundam Breaker, however, now you can actually use her parts in your own custom build. Unfortunately though, those are the only two Mecha Musume kits we're getting, so your customization options are going to be a little limited. Rounding out the Grunt Suit update, we are also getting the Greys Space type and the Greys Ground type. Very happy to see these here, love the Greys, and I think
I'm saying it again, the roster, okay. I'll let it slide for this one, but I keep saying the roster should have been bigger. Like, looking at the roster, in my personal opinion, needed to be bigger. Because there's so many kits out there. Wait a minute. I need 3 and 4. Like I thought. But back to what I was saying, yeah, in my personal opinion, that roster needed to be a lot more bigger than what it was. So, that is one thing I will say. Like, I didn't play New Breaker Gundam, but I am happy that all the Gundams in New Breaker are coming back in that one. But I do think that they needed a bigger roster than what they're offering.
Be a really cool kit that can be customized in a lot of neat ways. And on top of that, there is a surprising amount of Gundam Breaker Battlelog focus in the update to the roster, because we're getting both the Live Lance Heaven and the Perfect Strike Freedom, meaning the series that gets the most,
which I'm happy about that. I am definitely happy about that.
New kit additions is not Witch from Mercury, not Hathaway, not Iron-Blooded Orphans, but Gundam Breaker Battlelog. Now, from what I've heard, the reason that this is the case is because a lot of the characters from Breaker Battlelog are going to be appearing in the story mode for Breaker 4, and thus they'll all be using their mobile suits from the anime. And while that does make a lot of sense, it's still kind of funny to see a relatively unpopular OVA series getting so much attention in a Breaker game. However, those are not the only additions to the roster we got, because a big thing that this game does is it gives us customizable SD Gundams. So there was a little bit of SD Gundam content in Gundam Breaker 3, however it was very limited in terms of what you could do with the Gundams. I don't really understand exactly how SD Gundams worked in that game, but from what I do understand, you could change the color scheme, and that was kind of it. It was very limited customizability, and I don't think there was any sort of cross-customization between standard kits and SD Gundam models. However, in this game, you are going to have full compatibility across SD Gundam and standard kits. You can mix them together however you like, and because of the new scaling features, you will actually be able to adjust the parts of the different kits pretty extremely in order to get all sorts of cool cross combinations. And in order to facilitate this, they are adding a lot of new SD Gundams to the roster. We are getting, and full disclosure here, half these names mean absolutely nothing to me because I'm not a big SD Gundam guy. I'm just going to rattle them off as best.
I agree. I feel exactly the same, but I might try an SD kit. I wouldn't mind trying to build one. Is this right? Seems like it. Seems like that's us. This seems about right. Oh no. I realized something that's really, really bad. I need the next Gundam to come. Literally. Oh no. Oh no. I might be in trouble for next month.
Best I can. Knight Gundam, Full Armor Knight Gundam, Versal Knight Gundam, Knight Superior Dragon. That's one of the few on this list I actually do know, and I'm very excited to see because I love that design. The Knight Unicorn Gundam, the Zero Gundam, the Musha Gundam, the Zakuto, the Nidame Gundam Daishogun, the Musha Gundam God Maru, the Musha Victory Gundam, the Lube Gundam, and the Command Gundam. A very nice selection of SD Gundam kits. When I first saw the trailer, I thought they were just going to do the Knight, the Command, and the Musha, kind of just the classic trio. However, it really does look like they're going all out with the SD Gundam roster, and for the SD fans out there, I think they're going to have a lot of fun with this game. So in terms of our starting roster, I think this game is pretty solid. I would have liked to have seen some more Witch from Mercury suits. I would have also maybe liked to have seen some more suits from stuff like Iron-Blooded Orphans. You know, just give us a little something.
When this game comes out, I'm going to do a list on... Well, you see, I kind of want to wait to the DLC. So I kind of want to wait for the DLC, but I might... I don't know. Maybe I'll do... do I want to do a list on... I might wait for the DLC to do a list. That's why I'm trying to decide if I want to put it out before launch or... You know what I might do? I may do like a video when it comes out on the roster I'm disappointed about. Like I'm like the ones I wish I wasn't in there, and then when the DLC comes out, I'll do an entire full Gundams that should have been in Gundam Breaker DLC. So I'll wait for all the DLC to come out. But what I will do though is I think I will do like a quick video, maybe talking about after once I beat the game. Yeah, maybe when I beat the game. I don't know. I gotta figure it out.
Something more there in the base game. However, with how insanely comprehensive the previous Breaker games roster already was, I kind of understand why they were so minimal in adding to it. And with them adding the whole SD Gundam mechanic as a brand new thing, I kind of understand how a lot of their development resources probably went specifically towards that. At the very least, a lot of the suits that we didn't get to see in the base roster are pretty much guaranteed to be DLC.
The new school is rooted in skateboarding, but is reminiscent of another era. A lot of the inspiration in the new school is old school.
This is the new school.
We're recording. Truth is, your whole life is a lie.
You wanted peace, so we hit the war, and now it rages on in the shadows.
Behind closed doors, where we hide the world's secrets.
While we build your trust, the world falls apart around you. If you weren't so distracted, you'd realize
Nothing is what it seems. But if it's truth you seek, look in the dark.
Now, circling around back to the developer live stream, they did talk about a lot of the feedback that they got from the network test and some of the changes they're going to be implementing because of it. The big one that they talked about, and this is something that I saw a lot of people really didn't like about the network test. It didn't bother me personally. I was kind of okay with it, but it seemed like a lot of people really didn't like that the OP skills had a shared cooldown. So in the final version of the game, each OP skill will have its own individual cooldown. Now, with that being in place, I'm not exactly sure what the difference between EX and OP skills is now, so if someone could clarify that in the comments for me, I would appreciate it. As far as I understood, the whole difference in how they cooldown was the whole point of them being two different things. Another thing they added that a lot of people seem to have been requesting was in-game chat. Now, there isn't an actual voice chat system in-game, however, they are adding a text chat system so you can talk to the other people in your party. On top of that, they have made some small adjustments to customization, so now the option parts can be scaled up and down more than you could before, which is going to give you some additional customization options. And to give you some even further customization options, you can also rotate the shield and the backpack. Now, the examples they use here in the slide look a little bit silly, but with the right parts and the right combinations, I'm sure you can use this to make some really cool stuff. On top of that, they did also make some other small changes, like adjusting the controls for the game, so like what button does what, you know, do you have to press this button versus holding it? A bunch of little adjustments like that I'm not going to completely go over. However, for the most part, those were the big changes from the developer stream. So overall, Gundam Breaker 4 was a game that I was already looking forward to. I was already satisfied with it in its current state. However, it looks like they are making it even better. I'm really glad to see that they are listening to the player feedback from the network tests and they are trying to make the game better because of it. And now that we've seen the full roster, I am definitely excited to get into the game and actually start customizing with some of these kits. I am curious to hear what you guys think about some of these updates though, so go ahead and sound off in the comments below. Leave a like if you enjoyed this video, and if you want to customize some of your own Gunpla in real life, there is, as always, the New Type HQ link down the description. I really would appreciate you guys buying your kits through that link. Affiliate link helps support the channel, and as always, I'm your host, Second Soundwave, and I'll see you next time.
Yeah, I used to listen to this dude a lot. I don't listen to him as much as I used to, but yeah, make sure to support this guy. Absolutely. Make sure to go out there and subscribe. Alright, let me look at this again. Okay. Got all that. That's ready, right? It says this, and then it says this goes right here. No. This one goes on back. Correct? Yes. How is it supposed to work? I don't get it. I don't get what it's supposed to do. When I put this on, it basically locks it up. Is that okay? Because like, yeah, I literally can't move it anymore. Just want to make sure. That when I think it is backwards. Yep, it is backwards. That's what I thought. I'm like, there's something wrong here. Okay, yeah, I see it. That's what I thought. Just didn't feel right. Yeah, I put it on backwards. I put both of them on backwards. Ah! Nah. All right, let's fix it. Dang it. All right. Yeah, I didn't put it on backwards. Let's see. Yep. Yeah, it is on backwards. That's what I thought. No, I messed up somewhere. Yeah, okay, yeah, it is backwards. That's what I thought. Seemed weird as heck. Because it was. Yeah, it goes this way. That's what I thought. Like, this has to, something felt wrong and it was wrong. Alright, yeah. Look at it. Yeah, it goes just like this. Yep, there we go. Ah. Now when I put it together. Yep, there we go. Yeah, way better. Yeah, this is it. Okay, yep, I had it backwards. Exactly what I did. I had it completely backwards. Yep, there it goes. That's it. Yep. That's what I thought. Okay. So I was like, why is this thing not working? I just kept trying to do it, kept messing with it. I'm like, this is not working. Why is it not working? Kept looking at it, kept looking at it, kept looking at it, and that was the problem. What time is it? That's it. Oh, okay, cool. It's only 12:25. Yes, cool. We're making really good time. I'm happy. Because I actually got to work today, so I gotta get this done. Yep, there it goes. And then we do it this 1, 2. Boom. And all right, there we go. Yep. All right, it works now. Okay, let's get moving. Okay, that goes in there, and this goes in here. Do you know what that? Boom, boom. A G221. Which where to go? Goes what, right here? Yeah, I think right there. All right. Yeah, and now it's this way. Go. And go H2. That's you, right? No. Yeah, that's you. You go which way? Alright, and this one is the same way. Alright, it goes in. This way, that way, that way, this way. Cool. Okay, that. Okay, now what goes next now that that's done? You're saying this one goes right here, right? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so. This goes right here. Well, it's saying this one goes right here, so that means this one. H1, H2, 17. That's this one, right? Yeah, I think it's this one. I think so. Yeah, I think it's this one. Yeah, it looks like it's this one. Oh, yeah, definitely. I don't like how loose that is right there. That they don't feel good. Alright. And this one is the same way. You going right here. There we go. Alright. Now I need this one goes up here. I need nothing up. I just want to make sure this goes right here. Yep. And this one goes right here. Okay, and then the same one with this one. This one goes right here. Let's do it. All right. Go right here. Alright. Goes right here. Boom. Alright, that's good. Then we want to do this one right here. Yeah, it goes this way. It goes this way. Okay, I was right. That's what I was wondering. Okay, and this way, this goes right here, right? Yep. Goes right here. Goes right here. Same way. And this one goes right here. Boom. And then we put this on here. And then we put this one on here. And we just finished the legs. Legs are done. Legs are done. How are we doing? Oh, we're making great time. All right. Now we're done. Let's go ahead and look at it. Let's go ahead and check out something else. What else can we react to? That's pretty good. Oh, hey, look, right there. What up, B?
Wherever you want to go, the California State University is where you'll break through.
After this Transform one, we're going to look at some Digimon stuff.
This week, we are looking at the Ultimate Autobot Combiner, formed from the fusion of two of the greatest Cybertronian heroes that have ever lived. These are the basics on Omega Prime. Omega Prime is the combined form of the Autobots Optimus Prime and Ultra Magnus from the 2001 series Robots in Disguise. But Robots in Disguise was an adaptation of the Japanese line Car Robots, so that's where our story begins. Released in the year 2000, the Autobot leader of Car Robots was a bot named Fire Convoy, who transformed into a fire engine modeled after the real-life Hino Morita Super Gyro Ladder MH. The front portion of the vehicle disconnected and transformed into Fire Convoy himself, while the rear portion split into pieces that could either be reassembled into a battle station or combined with Fire Convoy as armor to power him up into Super Fire Convoy. A brave warrior whose burning spirit drove him to fight for peace across the galaxy, Fire Convoy was the leader of the Dimensional Patrol, a unit of Autobots from the far future. He was one of several Japanese original characters who bore the name Convoy, a title shared by commanders in his future time, who all resembled Optimus Prime, and who each carried a power source known as an Energon Matrix. As seen in the Car Robots cartoon, he and his team pursued a gang of rogue Predacons, led by his old rival Gigatron, back in time to present-day Earth. To defend the planet, the Autobots went undercover, hiding in plain sight among humans by posing as real vehicles. Fire Convoy served as a fire engine in the Tokyo Fire Department. Later in the year, Car Robots introduced Fire Convoy's brother, God Magnus. Just as Fire Convoy was an homage to Optimus Prime, God Magnus homaged the classic Generation 1 Autobot Ultra Magnus, and like him, transformed into a car carrier. Armed with a reconfigurable cannon called the Blue Bolts that unlocked the figure's lights and sounds, God Magnus could combine with Fire Convoy to create the super robot God Fire Convoy. Magnus was a bitter, hot-tempered bot who resented the fact Fire Convoy had been chosen to be a commander instead of him. Following him to Earth, Magnus forcibly fused with his brother into God Fire Convoy, intending to take over his body and mind, and thereby take his Energon Matrix.
I just want to say that was one of the coolest transformations. I remember watching that series. One of the coolest transformations. Is that the only G? I'll make sure if I put it aside. Yep, only G I see. Cool. Put you aside for a while.
The symbol of leadership for himself. But Fire Convoy was able to retain control of the brothers' combined form, thwarting Magnus's ambitions. Now, while he hated his brother, Magnus's ire didn't extend to the other Autobots. When they were captured by the Predacons, he came to their rescue, a heroic deed that led to the revelation that his body actually contained an Energon Matrix of its own, when it finally activated due to his selfless action. With this discovery, the brothers were gradually able to put their differences to rest, and began forming Godfire Convoy regularly to foil the Predacons' plans. A power boost from the giant Autobot Brave Maximus allowed the pair's combined matrices to manifest the huge Super God Sword, which Godfire Convoy used to defeat Gigatron in a final battle at the Earth's core. In Japan, that's basically where the brothers' story ends. There have been a few recolors of their toys available, including gift sets with the Super God Sword. But Fire Convoy and God Magnus haven't appeared in much subsequent media, outside of a brief showing in the Transformers Legends manga in the late 2010s, in which Gigatron abandoned his evil ways and joined them on the Dimensional Patrol, even learning to combine with them as Devil God Fire Convoy. Outside of Japan, though, is another story. In 2001, the Car Robots toy line and cartoon were imported by Hasbro and released in their markets under the new title Robots in Disguise. But where Car Robots had been part of the long-running Japanese continuity of interconnected Transformers cartoons, Robots in Disguise was reworked to be a brand new universe, for which Fire Convoy and God Magnus were renamed and reimagined as new versions of the two classic characters they were inspired by, Optimus Prime and Ultra Magnus. Prime's English voice actor Neil Kaplan even based his performance on original Optimus actor Peter Cullen.
Hold it right there. Get away from him, Megatron. Blaze Blaster!
The English version of the series modified their story slightly. Here, Ultra Magnus didn't have a matrix of his own, but rather discovered that the brother's creator, the Autobot elder Alpha Trion, had given him the ability to channel and share the power of Optimus's matrix. Godfire Convoy, meanwhile, was renamed Omega Prime, and where Car Robots had depicted him as basically just a powered-up form for Fire Convoy, Robots in Disguise made him a distinct entity with his own unique mind and voice formed from the brothers merging.
To make 6 jets fly as one.
When you're flying 12 inches apart.
Everybody's lives are in each other's hands. That's the Blue Angel magic.
Shop your new mattress your way at Ashley. Browse our wide selection online from the comfort of your home. Or come in and see what feels good at one of our conveniently located stores. We even have options available to take home today. From firm to soft, from online to in-store. At Ashley, you can find the best mattress for your better night's sleep. Shop Ashley in-store or online today.
The alterations Robots in Disguise made had their own unique impact on Transformers history. By changing Fire Convoy's identity, the series became the first to feature Optimus Prime turning into a fire engine, an idea that would be revisited in 2005's Transformers Cybertron and 2007's Transformers Animated, while its depiction of Ultra Magnus as Optimus's brother inspired Dreamwave Productions comic books to reinvent the original Generation 1 characters as also being siblings. Furthermore, tie-in media would expand the world of the English cartoon, continuing its story in conjunction with new Hasbro toys. In 2003,
I'm trying to get locked in again. I keep getting locked in. Gotta stop locking in. So easy to happen though. Okay. Okay, and then where's the PC? Go right there. Alright. And then the next one goes right. Oh yeah, these two. Alright. There we go. Alright, let's go.
Optimus and Magnus were recolored and re-released as part of Hasbro's Transformers Universe toy line. Magnus was just made slightly darker, but Optimus got a distinctive bright yellow paint job. These toys earned the pair an appearance in the Universe comic book published through official convention BotCon, in which they were among the many characters pulled from all across the multiverse to take part in a war between the armies of the Transformers god, Primus, and his evil brother, Unicron. Then, in 2005, the figures were released again in the Cybertron toy line, with Optimus back in red. This inspired the inclusion of the brothers in the Cybertron comic released by the Transformers Collectors Club, in which, immediately after the events of Universe, they were transported to the world of the Cybertron cartoon, where they helped defend the Transformers' homeworld against another attack from Unicron and his heralds. Optimus's multiversal travels continued in future Club original stories, which saw him join with other Primes from various different dimensions to form a peacekeeping team called the Convoy. In addition to importing the Japanese figures, Hasbro also created brand new small-scale toys of the brothers, which were also recolored for the Universe line, with Optimus again becoming yellow. These recolors featured in a live script reading held at BotCon 2004, which depicted them as different incarnations of the brothers from another dimension, who were briefly pulled into the Universe conflict. For this reading, Optimus was performed by female fan Michelle Irby, a bit of gender-blind casting that later led the club to retroactively declare that this version of Optimus was a female character. This idea would, in turn, filter back over to Japan, when, in 2020, the Generation Selects manga introduced its own take on the concept of a female prime based on the Universe toy, Yellow Splendid Convoy. This character was a member of the Primus Vanguard, a cross-dimensional organization that defended the multiverse against evil in the ancient past. The Vanguard was divided into 7 color-coded orders. Yellow Splendid was the leader of the all-female Yellow Order, but was killed by the Decepticon combiner God Neptune in battle over her yellow matrix.
What the heck?
Hasbro released only one further brand new toy of Robots in Disguise Optimus Prime, in their Titanium series in 2006, which converted straight from Firetruck to Super Mode. But now, after a wait of nearly 2 decades, new figures of both brothers are on the way in 2025. Announced in 2024 as part of the franchise's 40th anniversary celebration, and crowd-funded through Hasbro's online HasLab platform, the new figures are faithful updates of the originals, complete with Energon Matrix accessories for both of them, and the Super God Sword, or the Matrix Blade as it's known in English. Plus, for this release, Magnus's Blue Bolts cannon was redesigned to become an actual Transformer. Omega Prime has been the most successful Transformers HasLab campaign yet, with the highest number of backers, proving that while they might have been out of the spotlight for a long time, love for Robots in Disguise and its supreme Autobot warrior is still burning as hot as a 5-alarm fire. And those are the basics on Optimus Prime, Ultra Magnus, and Omega Prime. Let me know in the comments if you backed the HasLab. If you liked this video, be sure to subscribe and check out over 200 more about Transformers history and lore. Plus, get early access to new videos ad-free on Patreon.
He's right. Make sure you go over there and subscribe. I used to watch this channel all the time. I don't watch as much as I want to, but whenever it pops up, like on here, I definitely watch it. So make sure to go over there and subscribe. If you want to know more about Transformer lore, I absolutely like the channel. Alright, let's go to another video. And like I said, the next one's going to be a Digimon video. So let's see if we can find something on Digimon. Or see some Mega Man stuff. No. Oh, wow. Huh. Watch that. Oh, wow. It's going to be a long one. Okay, let's check this out.
Okay, you're good to go.
Awesome, thank you. In my lifetime, I will own 44 cell phones, purchase 19...
Back in 1996 in Japan, the original Pokemon titles were released on the Game Boy to great fanfare. They would later go on to conquer the world and become one of the biggest crazes for my generation. For anyone who wasn't around at the time, it was absolutely crazy, especially with the advent of the card game that led to many schoolyard fights. And as with any success, a handful of pretenders would rise to get a piece of the monster collecting trend.
With every big fish, there's a leech on the belly.
The most well-known of these being Digimon and Monster Rancher, with a bunch of smaller rip-offs fading into obscurity. But if you want to get technical about it, Digimon didn't really start off life as a Pokemon clone. It was a Tamagotchi rip-off. Well, it was made by the same company, Bandai, so it's not really a rip-off, it was intended as a boy-focused version of Tamagotchis. But obviously if your franchise has monsters in it and it's the late 90s, you're of course going to be compared to Pokemon. Even if most of the media and the way it works isn't really similar at all, but they definitely benefited from this trend. Because there was always that one kid at school who said he liked Digimon more than Pokemon because they were cool and different.
I was that kid! I was that freaking kid! That was me. 110%. That was me. Absolutely. I was that kid. He's talking about me.
Went to a steampunk convention. Flew there in a steam-powered gyrocopter.
I wasn't one of these kids, but I definitely liked Digimon, probably nearly on par with Pokemon. And most of this love came from the fact that the anime was absolutely amazing and leagues above the Pokemon anime. But that love also came from the first Digimon game, which to this day is one of my favourite games of all time, which spawned a series of games that in some form or another...
Not mine. Not at all. I actually liked 3. 3 was probably my favorite one.
Still goes to this very day. For better or worse, this series definitely has a very patchy history and I only really deeply played the first game. So that's kinda what this video is, an excuse for me to play through the whole series and see what I think. And I mean every game that is counted as a main series game because I went deep in this video and it's gonna be a long one. I did however leave out the DS games because they are technically not Digimon World games, they are technically Digimon Story games, so they will be in a separate video at some point. Anyway, let's get into this mammoth video. Digimon World starts with one of those fancy FMV cutscenes that every game on the PS1 was using at the time, and it hasn't aged too well.
Oh my god! What's wrong with your face?
These are demons.
And we just finished the waste. The waste is done. There. Oh, finally you want to focus? Yes. Alright, we're getting closer. Alright, no, I want to do the head in. I want to start on the backpack. Alright, cool. We're making good time. What time is it? 12:53. We're making amazing time, by the way. And I'm probably gonna let this video. Well, I won't let it play, but I'm gonna let it play as much as possible until we finish this up. Huh. Interesting. Oh, yep, I was right. Cool. Alright, so what all do I need in this one? This part. Alright. Okay, so now we need G1. Okay, we need G's. No, that's B. That's fine. I have the G's. Okay. Okay, we need the G's. G1. My fault. G1, G2. And there goes the stickers. G1, G2. We need I. And we need H. H1, H2. H1, H2. There we go. And give me 1 second. I'm gonna let this play.
It does show off the real digital pets that they were based off, which is kinda cool, and this battle between Metal Mamemon and Metal Greymon is still awesome. When we start the game proper, we are confronted by Gigimon, the boss of File City, who asks us a few questions. And based on our answers to these questions, the game will decide which starter we get out of Agumon and Gabumon. I of course gave all the sad boy emo answers so I could get Gabumon because I'm such an edgy boy.
My name's Evan and I'm a teen werewolf.
Then you can name your Digimon, which I gave the name of Lemmy after the king of rock and roll himself. There's then another FMV cutscene where our freak-faced character gets home from school to find his mum has abandoned him again. Then we get sucked into our Digimon keychain thing and end up in the magical world of Digimon. As you do. We awaken to find a bunch of Digimon surrounding us, and our main character doesn't seem to be the least bit concerned about all the literal flesh demons surrounding us. Actually, you know what, I wouldn't be that scared of anything either if I had a face like that. We enter Digimon's hut and he tells us all the Digimon on File Island have been leaving the city and losing their heart. And it's going to be our job to bring all the Digimon back and raise up our partner Lemmy.
Then I'm like, alright.
And that is literally it in terms of the story. You're just now let loose to roam the world freely however you choose. Which is one of the things I love about this game the most, it just gets out of your way and lets you enjoy the ride. Sure, this was by no means my first open world game, but it was the first one I played where it actually felt like an adventure. The design of the world and the music just sucked me in. It has a sort of liminal spaces feel to it. With all of these pre-rendered backgrounds and the really cool looking sprites, it just gives this game a sort of cozy, otherworldly feel. This game is just like comfort food to me, with it being such a relaxing game to play most of the time with barely any music. Most of the time when you're adventuring about, you'll just be hearing ambient noises, which I absolutely love. But when the music does turn up, it's absolutely banging, with the day and night town themes being phenomenal. Of course, none of this would mean anything if the core gameplay loop wasn't good, and it is. If not, a little bit weird. And if you know me even a little bit, you know I like things that are weird more than anything, and this game definitely fits the bill. This game is unlike any other monster battling game, with it resembling the Tamagotchi-like devices it was based on. They've basically taken the mechanics of that and plonked it into an open world game, which works so well and makes this game very unique. You'll have to feed your Digimon when they're hungry and take them to the toilet when they need to poo. Yes, I'm being dead serious. How does this giant snowman even poo? Is that how chocolate ice cream is?
He is right. He is right. He is right. Trust me, I've done it. I've done it. I still got the game, actually. I still got it.
I'm sorry, did you want some ice cream?
Yes, I'd love some chocolate ass cream.
And the best part of all of this is if you don't make it to the toilet in time, they will crap on the floor, leaving a constant reminder of your failure.
Facts! Oh, ugh. Go ahead, the irritation's coming back.
As a parent. You can tell when they want to poop or eat by the bubbles that pop up over their head, and most of the game is about micromanaging this. Some people might get annoyed by this, but the whole point of the game is for it to be Monster Dad Simulator, and I'm all about it. Every time you need to go to town and do something, you really have to plan your resources and make sure you have everything you need. It makes you feel like you're a real adventurer, planning out what they've got to get before they go out for their latest caper. But I should probably mention the fact that you get a set amount of food for your Digimon every day from a meat farm. Yes, you heard me right. A meat farm. How the hell are they growing meat in the ground, and what the hell is this meat from?
That is true. Yes, facts. I remember that.
Silent breed is people!
I love this game, I really do. But while you're babysitting your monster, you also have to train up their stats for battle. Unlike in something like Pokemon where you level up with XP, in this game you level up each individual stat. There's a gym machine for each stat, and every time you use one of these you get points in that stat. And there's your usual stuff like health, magic points, offense, defense, speed, and brains that all do what they say on the tin. There's a day and night cycle in the game, so you really have to manage everything you want to get done in a day. When you're training up your Digimon, you get into this really addictive rhythm of training stats, grabbing food, and taking them to the little Digiboy's room. This game almost gets a hypnotic hold over me every time I play through it, with me going, I'll just do one more thing and then I'll go to bed. And you are training your Digimon for the random battles in this game that occur when you leave the safety of the town. You can see all the enemy Digimon roaming about, and if you get too close, a battle ensues. And sometimes it can get really nervy when you're trying to avoid battles, because the enemy AI on these guys can be a pain in the arse to avoid. And the battles in this game operate like no
yep. He's right.
Other game with your Digimon pretty much doing whatever it wants in battle, which can get a bit frustrating early on with your Digimon just running about and doing nothing that honestly gets me like this sometimes.
Turn around! Come
Concentrate on the game!
But once you level up your Digimon's brain stat a bit, you start to get a bit more control over them, which makes it feel less like pulling teeth. The only action-based thing you have to do in combat is when your monster's special meter fills up and you have to mash the shoulder buttons to power it up. This can be a little bit annoying because if you activate your special at the wrong time, the enemy can just cancel out your special with a hit. But this combat style really just gives this game its sort of simulation feel that I really vibe with. Depending on what Digimon you have, they have access to different sets of moves, and once you learn a move, it's available to all future Digimon. And the way you learn moves is kinda dumb. You have to fight a Digimon with the move you want, and there's a tiny chance you'll learn the move. Sometimes I fight an enemy trying to get a move for ages and never get it half the time, and I just settle for the bad moves and power level. But you aren't just leveling up your stats for battles, you're
I never knew that. I never knew that.
also doing it so your Digimon can evolve into bigger and better forms. You start off with baby Digimon, then go rookie and champion, finally finishing up with an ultimate if you know what you're doing anyway. Because this game is just obtuse as hell if you're not playing with a guide because it literally tells you nothing.
That's a clean burning.
Yes, I actually got a guide, which I still have to this day.
Hell, I tell you what.
No matter who you are, there are times it can be tough to be yourself when you have severe asthma. Triggers can pop up out of nowhere and lead to an asthma attack. But no matter what type of severe asthma
And after a few days of life, your beloved Digimon will pass away and be reincarnated with you having to start all over again. Which was always heartbreaking as a kid because you get really attached to your little demon. Getting up to the rookie form is pretty much a given, but after that, all
I like how you keep saying little demon.
bets are off really, and here's why. You have to meet a bunch of stat targets that you don't know about to get the Digimon you want. But there's also other factors like weight, care mistakes, and numbers of battle that come into play. If you manage to hit 3 of these factors, you will get the Digimon you want. But if you played this game as a kid, you likely never got the Digimon you wanted. You would just have to randomly raise stats and hope you hit these targets that the game wants. There's age gates on each level of Digimon, and if you haven't got the stats where they need to be in time, you're out of luck. But don't worry, Digitamer, if your rookie has not hit any of the goals that it needs to, you'll be given the wonderful gift that is Numamon. I do legitimately love this little poop demon, I must say.
Oh god, I hate that thing. Yep.
Maybe it's because of all the time I spent with various different Numamon as a kid, or the incel Numamon from the anime.
Since I saved you, lady, now will you go out with me, huh? No!
If you played this game as a kid like I did, there's no way in hell you didn't end up with this little guy at some point. For the uninitiated, Numamon is one of the worst Digimon in the game and a punishment for you sucking. I found this part really hard to do without laughing. This Digimon will eat any poo that's been left on the ground by other Digimon, and they even throw poo as moves as well. I'm sad that I lack the talent to make this stuff up. But that's not all on the poo front as well, because if you let your Digimon poo too much on the floor, they will end up turning into a giant yellow poo. I'm the great and mighty Poo, and
Yeah, now that's the guy I would get all the time. That freaking dude. Memories. Oh, that's not good. Yep. Alright, cool. Let's keep going.
I will fling my scat at you. Digimon World really was just peak gaming, wasn't it? It literally has everything you could want from a game. I hate to say it, but I have a soft spot for the giant yellow turd as well.
What? I love garbage.
Playing this game as a kid without knowing what I was doing just made it feel like it was as hard as Dark Souls. And it kind of is actually. But I feel like this mystery was kind of part of the mystique of the game because you just want to figure out how it works. I probably spent hundreds of hours with this game as a kid trying to figure out what the hell was going on. I mean, they could have chose to help you out a little bit. It's hilarious to me that as a kid I never beat this game without cheating in hundreds of hours, but with knowing what I need to digivolve,
That is true. I could say I had a guidebook.
I can do it in about 10 hours. But to be fair, this game is no slouch in the difficulty department because you basically have to rock around with a pharmacy of drugs if you want to succeed. The main problem is that if you want to take on the stronger enemies, you have to use a lot of MP that can easily be constantly drained to zero. If you tried doing this game without items, I feel like you would get absolutely flattened easy.
If you look down, you're gonna fall, you're gonna have a bad time.
But once you have the help of a guide and your ultimate Digimon, what are you going to be doing when you're not training, I hear you ask? Well, the whole goal of the game is to go out into this, honestly for the time, sprawling open world and find Digimon to recruit for your city. Every different stage of Digimon gives you a different value towards your city prosperity rating. And to beat the game, you only have to get a rating of 50, which reveals the way to the final dungeon and the boss of this game. Usually you'll bump into a Digimon and they'll have lost their memory and they'll want to fight you like the first Digimon you recruit, Agamon, who after you beat 6 Ways to Sunday will go to the city and open an item storage bank, and most Digimon will do something like this. Part of the fun of this game for me is slowly seeing the city go from this rundown abandoned city into a bustling digiplex. This element of the game kind of turns this game into a
Yeah, it does. Oh my god. Oh my god, yes. That is Man, don't let me become a freaking multi-billionaire. I'm gonna make one of the greatest games of all time if I ever do. Mark my words, if I ever make $1 billion, I am gonna make one of the greatest games. You know the man. Watch. Mark my words. I'm saying it right now. If I make like $1 billion, you're gonna see one of the greatest games ever created.
town builder of sorts and just adds more depth to the gameplay. But not all the Digimon you recruit are simple battles, a lot of them have interesting ways you get them to join the city. One of my favourite sagas of the game is the Ogremon story, which I'm pretty biased towards because Ogremon is one of my favourite Digimon. And I've been rewatching the anime lately, so I have a bit more love for him, and I realise he has the same voice actor as Jet from Cowboy Bebop. And he's just so sassy.
What makes you special, you oversized doggy chew toy?
You hear rumour of a Digimon who has set up a gang of bandits that have been robbing people up in the mountains. You beat them up and have to follow them to their hideout where they escape and become a constant foil throughout most of the game. Every time you think he's finally sick of losing to you, he's like, no bro, I'm off again to cause mid-level mischief. My favourite little bit with him is the final arc where he takes over the mines just outside of the city. And you think he's going to run off again, but he's like, alright bro, you finally got me. I just love Ogremon, he's such a git. But those mines where you take him on for the last time are an early recruitment that I always remember as well. You have to fight a Dromojimon who is in heat for some reason, which leads to you saying you'll help get to the bottom of the mystery of the hot mines. And then you have to do the classic help a Dromojimon dig for a wall by taking out the dirt one cart at a time with your Digimon. I mean, technically you can just bugger off and come back a few days later, but I want it done now, damn it, I'm impatient. Which leads to you finding a rogue Merrimon that is causing trouble in the mines and a thematic battle takes place. And I love the way this game does storytelling because all the little adventures are so fun and they really make it feel like every encounter is an episode of the anime. But there are some recruitments that are pretty dumb and annoying, and two stick out in my mind more than anything else. Centaurmon and Monochromon. When you go into a random area of the jungle section of the game, Centaurmon starts shooting at you from a distance. I remember the first time I came across this and I was very confused and annoyed as to what I was supposed to do. Of course there's a way through the maze, but it's completely random and you have to be prepared with healing items because he will shoot you a few times. You have to get to a correct sign to have the Centaurmon stop shooting at you. What kind of guy is just like, I was testing you by trying to murder you, calm down? You can manipulate the randomness by where you walk first, but obviously I didn't know that as a kid.
I have no knowledge of any of this! This is so bizarre!
But Centaurmon is only mildly annoying compared to the pure hellscape that is recruiting Monochromon. For this one you have to visit Monochromon at his store in the mountains and he'll ask you to man his shop for a couple of hours. And this is of course a test to see if you're worthy of having this guy come back to your city. This minigame right here is one of the most annoying and nonsense filled things in the whole game. Basically when you manage the shop, customers will come in and you have to try and squeeze as much money out of them as you can. Capitalism ho! Different Digimon have different tolerances for your crap, so you have to be very careful with who you rinse for cash. But the randomness is part of what makes this minigame so infuriating. Sometimes a Digimon will seem happy with a deal but walk out for seemingly no reason.
This bloke won't haggle. Won't haggle?
Another thing that makes this so frustrating is that the items the Digimon come in for are pretty much completely random. So you could be perfectly haggling away like the best merchant in all of Persia, but if you get a bad set of items that the customers want, you can't win. And it's not like this minigame is a quick time waste because it wastes away hours of your Digimon's life with every attempt. There's 3 items that they come in for: meat, porta potties, and medicine. The most important one of these being the medicine. If you don't get at least a couple of these upselled in a run, you're completely boned in terms of winning this minigame. And another under the hood hilarious thing is that what type of Digimon you have will change the item odds. Of course the game never tells you this, so you might be doing it with a Digimon that's unfavourable, driving yourself nuts like I have before. However, the icing on the annoyance of this is that the number of profit you have to get is absolutely insanely high, with you needing 3,200 profit, which even when you're doing good, you can barely hit. So basically nothing induces rage in me quite like this slice of the game, and you need the salesman skills of Billy Mays or Phil Swift to get through it.
What's there to think about? I mean, you told me you liked it. You asked me 10,000 questions. I answered every single one of them.
You don't want the whole world to know how sick you are.
This girl can cause a lot of problems for us.
You've gone too far.
What did you do?
Is everything okay?
No, far from it.
This season has been intense.
This can't be happening.
But get ready.
Where is she? The game is on.
Because tonight, Sisters returns.
This is my wife.
You said wife. Why did you say wife?
And you haven't seen anything yet.
That's something I need to take care of. I'll make sure you are the one they go looking for next.
Tyler Perry Sisters returns tonight at 9. Watch it live on BET.
You know the trouble with an adventurous life? It can end before it gets started.
There are a few recruitments where I'm just thinking, how the hell was Child Me supposed to figure that out without a guide? There's a crop of Digimon in this game that appear on certain screens of the game on a 5% chance every time you enter that screen. The prime example being Piximon in the jungle area, which is a pretty reasonable one because this screen you go through quite a lot. I think everyone who's played this game remembers the first time they encountered Piximon randomly showing up. We all thought, this little tiny Digimon, he ain't gonna be hard, let's fight him, only to be destroyed by this little pink fella. But the example of Mamamon and Metal Mamimon are a little bit more questionable because they are in spots you barely visit. But I guess this is a cool little secret because you don't exactly need all the Digimon to finish the game anyway. I remember being really surprised about those two when I replayed this as an adult because I didn't even know they existed. But for me, the best recruitment minigame comes up on the frozen plains of Friesland in the great north of File Island. You find a little penguinmon who challenges you to a game of curling, and if you beat him, he comes to the town. It's a simple one, but I always remember it, and it's just so random that there's a full-on curling.
I remember that. I remember that. I do remember that. I remember that one. That one was pretty fun.
Game in this.
But listen, you kid, don't get caught in the Canadian syndrome.
There's also a couple of kinda dungeons in this game where you have to go through a big gauntlet to recruit a strong Digimon. The one I remember most from when I was a kid was Greylord's Mansion, which looks very Resident Evil. You can only go in here if you have a virus type Digimon, which makes getting entry with an ultimate a bit limited. And that's the same for the other dungeon in this game where you need a vaccine type to enter, which is kinda cool. But I just love the feel and design of this mansion, and you sort of have to do some mild puzzling to get through this one. You find that the doors are mostly locked and you come across a key and then a passed out vampire Digimon Myotismon, who is passed out because he is a big baby who is unable to feed himself because his henchmen have gone AWOL. He's just like he was in the anime. You go grab him some bloody human steak or whatever that is supposed to be, and he's back to his normal self for now. And you later hear rumour that he's gone missing and you have to go investigate and find out a Devimon has done something to him. This leads to this awesome fight with a Skull Greymon that's always creeped me out since its appearance in the anime. This section of the game is just so memorable and unlike other stuff in the game, and it just feels a bit point and click inspired. The other dungeon of sorts is much less interesting, with you going through an ice dungeon to recruit an Angemon. There is, however, another kind of dungeon that requires you to have the best boy Numamon for. Deep in the Misty Woods there's a town called Toy Town, and if you bring a Numamon here it will instantly evolve into its final form Monzamon, which I just love because it's like throwing a bone to us kids who are absolutely sucking at this game.
Yeah, I remember that. I hated Monzamon.
And this whole little micro dungeon is a whole lot of fun, and I just love the toy aesthetic of it. Oh yeah, and at certain points you find aliens, because, you know, this game is wild.
It's most likely space alien based.
The most insane recruitment of all is when you have to recruit one of my favourite Digimon of all time, Etemon. Sure, the process of getting this guy back to the city isn't anything crazy, you just get to a certain point and then you can fight him. But what makes his recruitment interesting is what happens after you recruit him. It's pretty crazy for a kid's game. Unlike most Digimon, he goes outside the city because everyone hated him, which is pretty on brand, and I can relate to that being a misanthrope myself. It's what he says about this that's the shocking part. He says, "When I tried to make my own harem in the city, I was kicked out."
Based.
Well, I don't remember that one, and I probably didn't know what a harem was at the time, for better or worse. As you go through the game and recruit all these different Digimon, the world around you will slowly open up as well. At the start of the game, you can really only go to the woods and the mines, but rapidly it opens up as you go. For example, after you complete the mines, you have access to the Gear Savannah area, which is like an African plain. And further in that area, you have the Misty Trees place, which is the most aesthetically pleasing part of the game for me. This beautiful looking area paired with one of the best songs in the game just brings a smile to my face every time I get here. And to the east zone, once you jump on a bunch of Koalamon's heads, you open up the tropical jungle zone, which later opens up further once you hear rumours of an invisible bridge that leads to the mountain area. I'll never forget this bit of the game where your character goes and tries out the rumours for himself. And the mountain area then leads up to Freeze Land as well, which can connect back round to the other areas of the game. It gives this game a massive feel, even though it isn't really that big of a game, but as an adult I still have a great time exploring. And that's probably why I still love this game to this day. Adventuring around this world sucks me in every time I play it. While this game isn't exactly perfect, I would say it's a flawed masterpiece, and a lot of its faults give it its charm. And I'll never forget all the time I spent playing this game with the album Discovery by Daft Punk playing in the background. I don't know why, but I got that album and this game around the same time, and they just sense memory together forever in my brain. I have so many happy memories playing this game with my stepbrother as well. We used to try and figure it out together. And we used to train up Digimon to fight each other with, which was a thing you could do in this game with memory cards that I never mentioned. Digimon World is a perfect game for me because it's all about adventure and micromanaging, which are things I love. And the whole angle of fathering your Digimon just gets me so attached to them and makes it all the sadder when it's time for them to pass. This will always be one of my favourite games of all time, and if you haven't played it, what are you doing? Go play it. It really is the high point of the series, and it's really a shame that they ditched this gameplay style for a while in this series of games. So let's move on to the second game, which I've been dreading covering since I started this video.
It is evolving, just backwards.
I don't have morning sickness, but I do have morning horniness. Can we do anything to speed this up?
Red raspberry leaf tea.
In my pussy.
You drink it.
Gotcha.
Gonna blow your mind.
We're floating in space now, 1 million miles away. On top of the world now.
Digimon World 2 released a year after the release of the first game in Japan, with America getting it a year later and the rest of us never getting it. After how much I enjoyed the first game, I was very excited for this game because I saw it advertised in previews at the time. Then there was nothing, and it just never came out here, and I never knew why because I didn't have access to the internet. But my theory as to why we didn't get this sequel is because the original Digimon World had only just been released in the UK and Europe when America was getting the second entry. I don't know if this conspiracy theory is accurate though, because we would end up getting Digimon World 3 as Digimon World 2003 later down the road. So, I don't know.
I've stumbled onto a major company conspiracy, Mac. How about that for stress?
I always wanted to play this game, but I always heard it was kinda bad, so even in the emulation era, I never bothered trying it. I was always told that it went for a completely different gameplay style, and that just put me off it if I'm being honest. All I wanted out of a Digimon World sequel was a somewhat more streamlined version of the original with newer Digimon. The reviews it got at the time of its release were brutal and gave it a real kicking, so maybe I didn't miss much. But that said, the original game got awful reviews as well because game reviewers have awful taste and their mothers smell like elderberries.
Yeah, well, you know, that's just like, your opinion, man.
But were the reviewers and everyone who told me this game was awful right? Well, I wasn't missing much, I'll put it that way. Digimon World 2 starts off with our protagonist being taken into some building where we're going to become a cadet tamer and we get to name ourselves. And the very first thing I noticed was the fact that all the characters in this game walk like they've just dumped arse. Why do they walk like this? We find out that we're nearing the end of our training to become a Digimon tamer in this world, and we have one.
I never beat this game. No. The first I never beat because it glitched out. This one I never beat. What happened? There's a reason I never beat it. But I have both 1 and 2. I never beat it. Man, I should go back and just play all the games I never beat. I have so many games I play I never beat. I need to do that one day.
final mission to pass. And we get introduced to what we're going to be doing for most of this game, which is dungeon crawling in a weird tank thing. It controls exactly the same as something like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, with the enemies all moving when you move. And when you collide with the enemies on the overworld, you get taken to a battle screen which operates like any JRPG. You get a party of 3 Digimon and it's your job to clear out various dungeons to progress the story. My main problem with the battles are the fact that it's so damn slow and very simple, so it just gets old really fast. At first I was having a really good time with this game, but how slow the game is and how much grinding it expects you to do sapped any fun out of it for me. But we'll get into that more later. After you complete the training mission, you go back to the town and they say you passed and you're set loose to join one of 3 guard teams. And this is essentially like picking your starter in a Pokemon game. You have Black Sword, Blue Falcon, and the Gold Hawks. Each team specializes in a different type of Digimon, and because I'm such a edgy sad boy, I went with Black Sword, who specialize in virus types.
You believe in your worthless friends, and you believe that your dreams can come true. Dreams do not exist for the stupid.
And for joining the moody loners, I get Devimon as my starter, who I absolutely love. He's a git in the anime. Then we're basically allowed to do as we please in tackling the first dungeon of the game. You go around in your little tank thing battling enemies and looting chests that are strewn around the dungeons. The dungeons are all randomly generated and you have to adventure around and find these panels that lead to the next floor. Once you get deep down enough, you'll have to fight a dungeon boss, beat them, and the dungeon is complete. Your tank has a stat called EP that depletes by 1 every time you move in a dungeon, which sends you back to base camp when it's empty. And it also costs you money if you let it get to 0, and you have to use the autopilot option in the menu before this happens. And this is another thing that just slows the game down unnecessarily, because this game expects you to do a lot of level grinding, which this system of being forced out of the dungeon every 5 seconds makes more of a hassle than it should be. Because in many ways this battle system is more basic than your normal JRPG, because there isn't even normal attacks that you can use, everything uses MP. And like I said earlier, the battles are so slow, which is mainly because of the disc loading and the fact that every time you attack there's a ludicrously long animation. I do love the graphics in the battle sequences. These sprites just have a lovable chonky look to them. As you battle Digimon, you gain experience like you would in any other RPG game, and they level up accordingly. You start off with just 1 Digimon, but you can add Digimon to your squad by giving them gifts. These gifts will depend on what type of Digimon you're going after. Virus Digimon like getting skateboards, for example, because they're so bad.
I'm a pretty cool dude, and that's just a fact.
How you do this is a bit obtuse, but you're supposed to give them a gift on the overworld before you go into combat. Then after you beat them 6 ways till Sunday, they might just join your squad if you're a bad enough dude. This system feels really buggy and unsatisfying. It's not like catching stuff in Pokemon, that's for sure. And when you hit certain level targets, you can evolve your Digimon at a special place in town. And you might be asking yourself, Goblin, that doesn't sound that bad. Why were you saying this game requires so much level grinding? Well, let me tell you, hypothetical person who only exists in my alcohol-ridden brain. Every Digimon for some reason in this game has a level cap that is really low until you combine 2 champion level or above Digimon into 1 Digimon with a DNA evolution. So that means you're going to have to level up 2 Digimon and waste them back into a lower form over and over again to get them to a high level. And when you combine this with the slow system of adventuring and getting XP, it turns this game into a massive slog. You're just in a loop of going into a dungeon, maybe getting in about 10 fights at a slow pace and then sitting through another few loading screens to get back to grinding again. And it's not like the story in this game is riveting enough to pull it through. I mean, I like that in this game Digimon and humans just exist in the same world, but there's basically no adventure or intrigue. They used the system very similar to this in Digimon Cyber Sleuth, but those games did it a lot better. I'm really going to have to cover those 2 games at some point on this channel. Let me know if you want to see that. Wink. Now that I finally played this game, I'm kinda glad we never got this game in the UK, because it kinda sucks. I mean, it's not the worst thing I've ever played or anything, it's just a really bland dungeon crawler with a Digimon coat of paint. Maybe just this one time the game's journalists were actually correct for once.
Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong.
Am I wrong?
You're not wrong, Walter. You're just an asshole.
Okay then.
By you. If there's nobody there to do it to, and what is it that has to be done is a puzzle and song. Puzzle is still as a puzzle to you. Is what is it that has to be done is a puzzle and song.
How did you get this number?
I was told that if I ever needed help, to call you.
You're a man who can fix things.
I didn't know people like you really existed.
They don't. There's nobody who can do what I do. here to take care of your problem.
Who called you?
We clearly have a situation here. We have decided that the only course of action is for you both to work together.
No. It's not how I work. This is not how I work. Oh.
It's a different thing now.
It's gonna be a long night.
Where'd you get the drugs?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Where did you get the drugs? Talk. There's an art to this you may not realize.
But the art's saying the same thing over and over.
Let's see your technique. I showed you my luggage card trick. Admit it. It's cool.
Okay, fine. It was very cool.
Where'd you get the drugs?
How long have you been partners? You got like the same clothes, kind of talk the same.
So,
like basically the same guy.
We're not partners.
What has he got?
There are people out there who, if they suspected I knew what he knew and I knew what he knew, they would have us all killed immediately.
What?
I faced it all, and I stood tall.
Stop him!
So you secret partners?
We're not secret partners.
Digimon World 3 was released 2 years after the second game in Japan and would be the last release for the series on the PS1. And unlike the second game, this one actually got released in the UK and Europe as Digimon World 2003, so this one I actually played back in the day. I remember having a decent opinion of it, but for whatever reason I didn't really get that far in the game, and upon playing it again I could see why. I think it's maybe because it was a bit of a budget release game that had a 2D art style, and I thought I was above that at this point because I was balls deep into the PS2 era. But coming back to it now all these years later, I absolutely love the art style of this game. It looks gorgeous. And I was actually pleasantly surprised by this game because it's actually way more fun than I gave it credit for. Our story starts off with our protagonist Junior waiting for his two friends on a street corner, and you get to see the art style properly that reminds me of Mega Man Battle Network for whatever reason. They arrive late and Junior does the angriest, most Italian hand gestures I've ever seen in a video game.
Yes, you see, I like Gundam 3 way better than... I Digimon World 3, that was actually my favorite. Out of all three of them, Digimon World 3 was my favorite out of all of them the ones I played. Even though, and that's the only one I didn't own.
And it turns out our gang of intrepid explorers are heading to the virtual reality online game called Digimon Online. What a twist! Before we enter the virtual reality world, we have to pick up our group of starters. Unlike a Pokemon game, you get 3 starters here. The first set of starters are Kotamon, which is like a kendo suit Digimon, and 2 old favourites, Renamon and Patamon. Then the second set contains Monmon, that sounds like some French nonsense, and Agamon and another Renamon. The last pack contains Kumamon, which is just a bear, but you also get Guillamon and another Patamon. And I decided...
Yep, that was my team. No, not that one. Yeah, mine is the bear.
To go for the second pack because it has an Agamon in there who I love, and you know, the main guy is a monkey. We then go into a Dragon Ball Z Saiyan ship that jacks us into the digital version of the Matrix. After copious amounts of tutorial nonsense, our Digimon are summoned and they follow us around, kind of like Pikachu does in Pokemon Yellow, which is actually really cool. Following this, we get our first taste of the battles in this game, which are full 3D unlike the rest of the game. I mean, they're a bit plain and laggy, but I like how the Digimon look. With that out of the way, we're pretty much free to roam the world at our leisure, with our goal being to beat a bunch of gym leader type figures and become the best tamer around. Much like the second game, this one completely diverts from the original Digimon World formula of pet raising for a simple JRPG structure. But unlike the clunky and boring second game, this one actually manages to be fun in its own right. And even though it opts for a completely different game structure and setup, it still has the aesthetic and feel of the first game. Even though this game is more 2D, it still has those weird avant-garde looking areas like the first game with the random cables just jutting around everywhere. The graphics honestly do look beautiful on the overworld sometimes, but there is these weird blue card-shaped things that junk up the screen in some areas. Now, it might be my emulator making these worse than it should be, but sometimes it covers up big parts of the screen, which certainly has a way of ruining the beauty of the backgrounds and the environments you're running through. The game functions like your bog standard JRPG, with the battles being very similar to something like Final Fantasy. You get your standard attack and a bunch of options for magic spells that are different for each Digimon. Your Digimon fight one at a time, and you can only have 3 Digimon in your squad at one time. It really just feels like a Pokemon game, honestly. This might be the first Digimon game where it really does feel like they're just copying Game Freak's homework a bit. I mean, you even have to fight other Digimon trainers like you do in Pokemon, but this isn't a bad thing because it's quite entertaining. I went into this expecting it to be an okay game, but I ended up getting addicted and really enjoying myself. If I wasn't making a video, I probably would have played through and beat the whole ass game. The only thing this battle system really adds to the basic RPG formula is that when you level up your Digimon, they get access to different evolutions. And you can evolve your Digimon into various forms at will, and you get more as you level up, which keeps things interesting. To get certain forms, you have to raise your Digimon stats at the gym outside of town, which is a nice callback to the first game. To do this training, you have to use TP, which you slowly gain over the course of your little guys leveling up. You even have to deck out your Digimon with swords and armor like a real RPG as you go through the game, which is kind of stupid because they use their claws and whatnot in combat.
That doesn't make sense.
You get random battles as you walk around in any area outside of the city, and this game can be brutal when you start out. And if you get injured, you can't really die or anything, but you will have to heal up again at the inns scattered around in the different towns. You can't catch any wild Digimon though, sadly, but there is a couple of extra recruitable Digimon scattered around the lands. This game is really basic, and it's much like Pokemon. It's a baby's first JRPG, but I don't know why, I just find it kind of enjoyable. I probably just have something wrong in my brain that's just addicted to the endorphin hits of level grinding and acquiring more power and wealth.
It's the trash, isn't it?
It's the sweet, sweet trash.
The world in this game is just so fun to explore around, and it gives me the same whimsical mystery vibes from the first game. But also, like a lot of JRPGs, this game has a card game crowbarred into it, and it's a big part of the game in many ways. And let me tell you this right now, this ain't no triple triad or Gwent from The Witcher 3, that's for damn sure. I honestly still don't have a great handle on how it works, but it seems like there's very little strategy involved. You have a deck of cards and you get dealt monsters and special cards, and you have to try and play as much powerful stuff as you can in one turn to get the win. After you and your opponent have played all your cards, the one whose cards are more powerful overall wins. First 1 to 2 wins is the victor. This game is honestly awful because it just boils down to have the best cards and you win. It's like if EA made a card game.
I activate my credit card!
I mean, it's cool that it's here, I just wish it was, you know, actually fun to play. But let's get into my first major problem with this game, and that is, half the time you have literally no idea where you have to go. For example, the first sort of quest you have to go on is a quest to find some boots so you can kick a tree to make a Digimon that gives you cards appear. And you have to go find this kid's lost Gabumon card in town, which is more annoying than it sounds because they give you no indication of where it is. It's at the inn on a random shelf with no prompt. How the hell was I supposed to figure that out on my own? For him only to tell you when you return that you have to find a Vmon to get these boots, sending us on another wild goose chase with basically no clues other than to go where people meet. Which is some place called the Lamb Shop in town, and they tell us he's in some place called the Wind Prairie, so we have to find out with no indication of where it is. And sometimes this game isn't exactly the easiest to navigate, but maybe I'm just impatient and I want everything spoon-fed to me like a baby. Doing anything in this game is always this obtuse. Sure, it encourages exploration and talking to everyone, but it makes the game feel very slow. And I can see why I bounced off this game as a kid, but playing it with a guide handy makes it less annoying. It's just people sending you on wild goose chases over and over again, like for example the first gym leader type character. You have to go track him down to some hidden ruins that has this annoying maze to solve before you can even get in the building. And then you get to him and he sends you away to find some other guy on a random mountain somewhere before you can fight him. But these are all just minor gripes really, because I find this game so charming and I love the warm glow of an atmosphere it gives off. It really just gives off that vibe of a flawed hidden gem, much like the first game does. And one thing I'll never get sick of is how much of a woman-hating incel our main character is to the female companion in this game. Super based.
The American people are tired of women.
No. Don't do it.
This is a game I'll definitely be coming back to finish later down the line when I'm not making a video on it. If you're an RPG grind loop addicted gremlin like me, maybe you'll find something to like in this game too. I was honestly surprised by how much I liked this game because I was expecting to just sort of feel a bit meh on it. For me, this game basically does what the second game was trying to achieve and does it a whole lot better. This is definitely one of the better Digimon World games. Especially compared to the next game we have to talk about now, sadly. Digimon World 4!
No! God! I never played that game. But I saw the previews of that game. Yeah, that game was... Yeah. You ever heard the saying, if you ain't got nothing nice to say, don't say it, don't say nothing? Yeah. pretty much that game. That's why I'm not going to talk about it, because that's exactly how that game makes me feel. I have nothing nice to say about that game at all.
No! God, please, no!
There's so much more to see this summer at SeaWorld, like our new 60th anniversary celebration parade and the all-new Jewels of the Sea. It's part of our 60th anniversary summer spectacular. Save up to 50% on tickets, fun cards, and passes during our Memorial Day sale. Hurry, offer ends soon.
Are you having any laugh? Are you getting any laughing? If other people do, why can't you have a little fun?
Digimon World 4 was released 3 years after the release of the third game, and this is the first release for the series on the PS2 generation of consoles. And as I hinted at just a few seconds ago, this game is quite frankly awful and without a doubt my least favourite Digimon World game. It just feels like a pure soulless cash grab with no hint of originality about it. If you told me this was originally a different game that got Digimon pasted into it, I believe you. Sure, so far all of the games have strayed off the feel of the original game, but they at least had an echo of similarity. But I should probably stop delaying it and just get into the game proper, even though I'd rather take on some Chinese water torture. Digimon World 4 starts with a character select screen where you get the choice of Doraemon, Agumon, Vmon and Gyamon. And this screen is where you realise the game is a multiplayer game, and there's nothing wrong with that inherently, but this is a Digimon World game and they've always historically been single player games. You can tell that they just slapped the Digimon World moniker on it to sell a couple more copies. And I'm definitely not just salty about this because I'm some weird hermit who literally has no friends.
People don't like me, and people are probably never going to like me, so I will never like people.
I don't need anyone, I've got 3 rocks and sustenance from the drippings of the ceiling. But anyway, after that demented tangent, I decided to pick Agumon because he is obviously the best boy. We are then transported to the home server of the digital security guard where our Digimon is going to work or something. And there's these things called Digi-Elves everywhere, and as a goblin there's nothing I hate more than elves, so that takes a couple points away from this game already.
Alright, listen to me, you knife-eared piece of...
We get instantly called into the commander's office because we're obviously such a big deal. Hello, I'm Agumon. You've seen my TV video films, I assume. You'll first notice that even for a PS2 game, this game looks hideous, and I ran into my first problem. This game is about as easy to navigate as the lost catacombs of Egypt covered in mummy remains and Vaseline.
He's still
Juicy.
Yes.
Everything looks the same in this hub world and you can easily get lost just looking for stuff, which is aggravating. And as I'll get into later, we have to come back to this hub world a lot more, so it's a constant issue. So we find the commander and they give us the mission of going to find out what's happening to Leomon, who they've lost contact with. We are then finally shown how the game works, and you might have noticed that our Agumon is holding an axe, which will give you some idea of what we're in for. Right, so this game is an incredibly basic hack and slash game that's added in Diablo-like looting mechanics. Because, you know, when I look at Digimon, that's the first thing I think. Would be so much better if we gave these Digimon a shank.
Swords!
Swords!
Yeah, swords!
You have one button to attack with that activates a hit depending on what weapon you have equipped. There's a couple of different weapon types, but it don't matter what.
Okay. First part of the backpack, well basically this is the backpack, it's pretty much done. Come on. There it is. So yeah, that's the first backpack I gotta get done. So the first part of the backpack is done. Let's keep going.
What you pick, you're gonna have a bad time. You can block, but there's basically no point in doing this because most of the time it's easier to just hit and run. There is a few different attacks you can use like spiral attacks, but it feels like none of it ever works right. There's a charge attack you can do by holding down the attack button, but using this most of the time just feels pointless. You can also pull off spells by bringing up a menu with R1, and these are about as useful as you would think and a pain to aim. And thus concludes the tutorial. You've seen everything this mediocre game has to offer in terms of gameplay. With that, the game lets you out into the first dungeon of this fetid hellscape that they have the gall to call a video game.
Yeah, this doesn't feel safe.
So yeah, basically this game is like a Poundland version of Gauntlet with you going through a dungeon and defeating enemies and bosses as you go. The combat just feels so unsatisfying, you literally just hit and run until the enemy dies. and the enemies at the start take so many hits to die that it makes the game incredibly boring. The game was so difficult off the bat that I thought I was doing something wrong and that I was terrible at it. It actually led me to googling about this to find out if it was just me having trouble with the game. And I found a bunch of forum postings from other people complaining about the difficulty of the game and talking about how awful it is. From what I can gather, this game always treats you like you're playing with 4 people, so if you're playing alone, you're really up against it. I don't know if this is actually true, but I can believe it because this game kept absolutely kicking my ass. You do earn experience in this game so you can level up, but you have to do a lot of grinding to get a level up. And the gameplay in this game is mostly the problem, so why the hell would I want to do more of it? You do get new weapons and armor as you go through the dungeon, but they can't even implement something this simple correctly. For the weapons, you can't just pick them up off the floor and use them, because that would be too simple, wouldn't it? You have to go back to the hub world, which you can only do with an item that teleports you there, and sit for a loading screen. Then you have to find the weapon equipped person through this hub area that is basically a maze, like on the level of that interdimensional stairs painting. Then here, you can switch out your weapons. Why couldn't they just let you do that in the goddamn menu like a normal game?
They're having a laugh today.
Well, they're winning.
Yeah, they're having a laugh.
There is slight elements of jumping about and platforming, but it's just about as shallow as everything else in this game. There's also lots of traps strewn about that are just kind of annoying and add basically nothing. I did manage to get to a boss at some point to see what the fights were like in this, and it was just as crushingly difficult and uninteresting as the rest of the game. I was determined to at least get through the first dungeon of this game, seeing as I was doing a video on it. So I got in a loop of killing simple enemies until I ran out of health and teleporting back to the hub world to heal up for a bit. And this was about as monotonous as it sounds, with this game's awful gameplay and the fact that level ups take an absolute age to get. But I was still getting my arse handed to me in the deeper sections of this dungeon, and it was at this point I just had to concede defeat because I just can't subject myself to this game anymore. I hate it. If I wasn't making a video, I probably would have turned it off about 5 minutes in. Honestly, the lengths I go for you lot.
The things I do for love.
I did look, and apparently there's some digi-evolving later on locked behind some special missions which sound dumb as well. So yeah, to me, without a doubt, this is the worst game in the Digimon World series. At least 2 had some redeeming features. I bet there will be some defenders of this game down in the comments saying it's fun with friends. But anything is better when you've got friends, and I'm obviously just salty because my 2 favourite rocks left me alone in my cave. I better not see any of those goddamn comments!
You do, and I'll gut you like a fish.
The WNBA is on Prime. As last year's top scorer Jewel Lloyd takes on this year's #1 pick Caitlin Clark. Storm Fever, Thursday at 7 Eastern. Only on Prime.
Who just picked up Buffalo Wild Wings Go? The Hankster!
Hank!
What?
Jimmy already got B-Dubs Go.
Yeah, Jimmy already got B-Dubs Go. Jimmy already got B-Dubs Go?
Jimmy already got B-Dubs.
Okay, Jimmy already got B-Dubs Go delivered, but did he get 6 free wings?
Yep.
No!
Digimon World Redigitized was released a whopping 7 years after the release of Digimon World 4 in
Alright, never played this one at all. Never. I heard about this one, but I never played it. Oh, because it was only released in Japanese, I could tell. That's why I never played it. Good to know.
2012 on the PSP. It's insane to me that we waited this long for another title in this series for it to only be released on a dying system that was a short year or 2 from being discontinued. And the real kicker is that it was only ever released in Japan, and I can understand that because it would take ages to translate and the PSP would probably be even more irrelevant by that point. But they ported an enhanced version to the 3DS, so that argument kind of falls through. There was even a campaign at the time from Digimon World fans to get the 3DS version ported to Western shores that garnered tens of thousands of signatures, which was to no avail sadly. And do you want to know what the even more annoying thing about this whole situation is? The game is absolutely fantastic. Which makes me even more frustrated that we never got this game in the West, but we got the awful Digimon World 4 that we just talked about. After 3 sequels to the original Digimon World game, it finally returns to the Monster Dad Simulator gameplay of the first game, and I bloody love it. I can easily say without a shadow of a doubt this is the second best game I've played so far in this video. It took what the first game did and modernised it somewhat. And for a PSP game, this game is a bit of a looker. This would honestly not look too out of place on a PS2. I was not expecting to fall in love with this game as much as I did. It only took the 5th sequel for them to strike gold again. During this part of the video, we will be looking at the PSP version of this game because I couldn't get the 3DS version working for whatever reason. But from what I've heard, it isn't so majorly different that it should matter for the purposes of this video. But I just quickly want to take a moment to applaud the work of a group called Operation Decoded, who are the reason we're all able to play this game in English.
You're my superstar.
Digimon World Redigitized starts with a snazzy anime looking intro that kind of goes like the intro to the first game, which I like. We see that the Digimon in this game are related to some PC game that has a phone app related to it or something. I really like the little scene where we get a snapshot of the digital world with all the monsters playing around in an almost Spirited Away looking setting. We then see that our protagonist, in stark contrast to the first game's one, actually has friends. Already can't relate to this guy. I only ever relate to sad, miserable men who are working unfulfilling day jobs that sap their vital essence away like a Myotismon.
If only I'd done things different is a phrase that pops into my head every day.
We see that our main character plays the Digimon game with his two friends, Nico and Akiho, who joins us throughout our adventures. Some stuff that didn't get translated happens here, and all the gang is debating and flabbergasted about something. I assume it has something to do with what you know is about to happen, which is them getting sucked into the digital realm. For some reason, our character starts typing digitize and rebirth into the computer in English for whatever reason. He then has an epiphany and types redigitize. Oh my god, he did it. He said the thing. Do you get it? Like the title of the game.
He said it! He said it!
And with that, the gang is finally transported to the world of Digimon, or the Digimon world if you will. We awaken in the Railroad Plains, which has the look and feel of the original game down to a T in my opinion. We meet our Digimon partner, which is an Agumon, and you have no choice in the matter, but that's okay, Agumon is a good boy. We get to name our partner, and I've been naming them all Lemmy in this video, so why not again?
It's supposed to be loud, it's me, innit?
So our boy Lemmy says we should go to the city and maybe we can work out how to get me home. And we have to do our first tutorial battle here as we're interrupted by a Gabumon with a dark aura. The combat works exactly like it did in the original game, except everything just feels smoother and more streamlined. The only thing that's changed somewhat is when the special meter fills in this game, you have to do a timed button press to power your special move rather than button mashing. With that out of the way, we get our first look at the new and improved File City, which looks really cool. Like I said earlier, it gives off that Spirited Away vibe with it being more of an actual city than the first game. But I do have one problem with this, and that's the fact that in the first game you start off with a sparse collection of huts, and throughout the course of the game it comes to life with all the Digimon that you've recruited to the city. But here it starts off big, so you don't get the fun of seeing the city change as you return to it. But it does actually get a lot more populated as you go, with more Digimon out and about, and it's not a major negative or anything. I would have just liked to see more buildings come in or something. With that aside, we head over to see our old friend Digimon from the first game, which just filled me full of nostalgic joy to see. Digimon in the first game was always such a cool Yoda-like figure, and him returning is a great little nod to the first game. Trust me, there's lots of nods to the first game, and that makes me a very happy goblin boy. We find out from Digimon that there's more humans that have been sucked into this world, and he tells us to go find them. At this point, we are kind of still on rails, but we have to go look around the town and see it's laid out pretty much the same as the first game. You have a meat field again that gives you food on a daily basis, you have a gym where you can train the same stats as before, and you still have to go to the toilet and watch your Digimon poop.
There was doo-doo feces thrown all over the walls.
But I mean, at least they have the class and decency to give your Digimon a privacy screen in this game. There is some changes to how you do the training in this game, but we'll get into that proper later on, methinks. Our first task is to go out into the Railroad Plains and defeat that same Gabumon we fought at the beginning of the game, which is a callback to the first game in which you had to fight an Agumon first, but here we have his opposite. And he even does the same job that Agumon did in the first game, which I think is kinda neat. We return to Digimon, who tells us again, like the first game, Digimon have been going mental and it's our job to recruit them back to the city. We are told about some things called Memorial Stella that have stopped working in various areas and might be the cause of the island's problems this time. With the setup out of the way, we head outside to see that our friend Nico is here as well with his Galmon. We then see our female companion, who is also here with her partner Biomon. Then with the gang in tow, we head off to investigate the Memorial Stella in the Railroad Plains. And this is the first area that the game takes a big departure from the first game. Instead of the isolated open world feel of the first game, they go for a JRPG kind of setup for this game. The first game had its events and story beats, but you could beat the game while missing a lot of stuff. But this game is a more on-rails affair, with you having to go through everything in a very specific order. Obviously you can still go off on your own and recruit Digimon and train if you want to, but you can't move on till you progress the story. It's not necessarily worse than how the first game does things, it's just different, and I for one really enjoyed the new setup. It took the skeleton of the original game and tried to do something completely different with it. These Memorial Stella are the main point of the game, and you will usually be in one area until you can clear a story event or boss fight at these Memorial Stella. You are going to these places to collect things called garbage data, which is very on brand for me.
That's my character! I'm the trash man!
And these
You can't have a cat in here.
It's a service cat.
get out of the city.
Bits of garbage data are the things that are going to help the gang get out of the digital world and save the real world in the process, which is par for the course. The gang expands as you go with the introduction of Mirai and Yuya, who are sort of frenemies throughout the course of the game. The story, while nothing special by any means, is enjoyable enough for a game like this, and it keeps the game plodding along. So basically every time you clear a memorial stella, that area is completed and you can now move on to a new area. Every one of these is full of Digimon to recruit back to File City that all do different stuff like in the first game. I think the first game did these recruitable Digimon a lot better because there was more lead up and intrigue in the first game. But here most of the recruiting boils down to go find them, beat them up, and then they'll come back to the city. This didn't ruin the game or anything because there's still a few Digimon that you have to do interesting or funny stuff to recruit. Like this Goblinmon that pranks you by making you think you can't cross a bit of purple water without throwing rocks in it, later revealing that it was all a funny ruse.
Have you seen a prank, please?
I think I'm looking at one right now.
However, a lot of these are time-based, with you having to help with something and then leave and come back, which is kind of annoying. There's also more than a few ones that require your Digimon to have certain stats, which I don't mind so much. Certain Digimon will require you to have a certain type of Digimon or move, like this Impmon for example, who wants you to retrieve a big anemone, which in the first place is hard to find because if you're like me, you don't even know what that is. I had to look up the pronunciation. Anemone. It's really hard to say. But once you find a thing, you realise you can only collect it if you have a fire move for some strange reason. There's quite a number of these that are obtuse or require certain moves, but I can't be too harsh because there was much more bizarre ones in the original game. There was a lot of little nods to the original here with the recruitables that made me really happy though. Like this Biomon that needed directions to get out of a cave that works kind of in a similar way to you trying to catch her in the first game. Or the full shop minigame with this Tentomon that gave me a panic attack because I thought we were in for Monochromon 2 Electric Boogaloo for a second.
Daddy, chill.
What the hell is even that?
This game hits that same balance that the first game did, with you feverishly training your Digimon till they're swole and then continuing to adventure in an addictive loop. I don't know what it is about gameplay loops where it just goes from chill to crazy that appeals to me, but it always does it for me. This game hooks me in the same way the first game does when it comes to the monster raising side of things. I get stuck in this time warp of just training different stats and going to get more meat and taking my Digimon to the toilet. It's so calming, I just can't pull myself away from it once I get stuck in this loop. It's like the same way I enjoy something like Stardew Valley. And in this game they've added in Mega Forms for all the Digimon where the first game only went up to Ultimates. And this adds a whole new level of planning to your Monster Dad simulator because getting a Mega at first is a hard job. It will involve a lot of trips to the town Dr. Angemon. Him being a doctor just reminds me of one of those like faith healer guys.
Who are you? Look at that demon! Look at that demon! Look at that demon!
Cause you know, Angemon is like Digimon Jesus. I do like the fact that the game actually now gives you clues on how to get certain Digimon, unlike the first game that was basically impossible without a guide. I actually played through and beat this game for this part of the video. I was only going to get the gist of it and then write this part up, but I just got so into it. And I'm glad I did because I would have got a completely different opinion on this game if I didn't finish it. After getting reasonably far in the game using the usual Digimon World techniques of doing fast training and skipping through it, I was having a hard time getting Megas. Sure, I could do it with the old methods, but my Digimon would end up being weak and I started getting my ass kicked towards the tail end of this game. And this is because of one simple fact. I ignored the advanced training, which is probably due to my boomer knowledge from the first game. In that game there was more advanced training that you could do that involved using a slot machine type thing that was pretty much pointless to use. So I assumed in this game the advanced training would be not that useful as well. That was the wrong assumption to make. They changed the higher levels of training into timing based minigames that will give a much higher stat boost if you can beat them. And early on I tried these and thought it was too hard and didn't bother with it, but you have to do these if you want to beat this game. The minigames range in difficulty, with the easiest ones being stuff like doing the special meter thing for attack or dodging bombs for speed. But the ones I hate the most are for health, defense and brains because they are difficult or make no goddamn sense. The prime contender being the health one, which is just like the random slot machine from the first game. Or the defense one that brings up anger in me from a visceral place in my probably mostly Neanderthal DNA. You have to time a button press to stop this boxing glove from hitting you and it randomly springs whenever it feels like it. Sure, that doesn't sound that hard, but the timing is incredibly weird and counterintuitive, feeling like you almost have to press it after it hits you, and I bloody hate it. But if you master these minigames, it makes it easy to get a beast monster and completely wreck this game. I sort of just got very good at the minigames that are a bit more reliable and skipped the minigames that are just too random. This does however ruin the kind of hypnotic state that the game puts me in at times, but having a beast Digimon at the end makes it all worth it. Another thing that is given a lot more emphasis in this game is what moves your Digimon is using. It still works the same as before with you having to fight a monster with the move over and over again until you learn it. But in the old game, if you had some slightly less than optimal moves, you could breeze through the game still. Here though, even if you have a total unit of a Digimon, you're still going to struggle, which I do like because it makes you work for a bit. Like for example my absolutely beast Metal Etamon that I decided to beat the game with. Because as I mentioned earlier, I love all the trash Digimon, and Etamon and his various forms are my favourite Digimon. I got the best boy a crown because he is a king, and we all know it. You know, because he talks like Elvis, you know.
It's called karate, man. Only two kinds of people know it. The Chinese and the king. And one of them is me.
Oh yeah, you can give your Digimon accessories now, which I like. But anyway, I was having trouble winning with my Metal Etamon, even with him at max stats until I got him some better moves, because the enemies in this game hit hard. And a place where the enemies hit the hardest are a place that's received a big overhaul in this game, the Colosseum. In the first game, the arena was nothing more than a distraction, but in this game it's part of the main plot quite often, with you having to work your way through its various battles and floors if you want to get further in the game. Even after I got my Metal Etamon better moves with maxed out stats, some of these battles were still actually really challenging. There's 5 different floors here that all have different rule sets that you can take part in. There's big lists of battles with different opponents and prizes you get for beating them, with you having to pass the test battle to unlock the harder floors of the Colosseum with the different rule sets. Other than free battles, there's also tournaments where you have to win a string of battles before you get the reward. On the first floor it's just normal battles, floor 10 are tamerless, which means you can't give orders to your Digimon, floor 20 is time battles where you must be winning or kill the opponent before the time runs out, floor 30 is double battles, which is exactly what it sounds like, and finally you have floor 40, which has no special rules except for the fact that everything on this floor is extra hard. I really enjoyed this overhauled Colosseum and I got really addicted to going through it and beating all the battles like a meth addicted lab rat. This is what I do instead of doing hard drugs with strippers.
I could quit any time I want. Well, you tried to quit yesterday and you couldn't.
All of this adds up to everything I've ever wanted out of a Digimon World 1 sequel. It's just a shame I had to wait this long to play it. If you're even mildly a fan of the first game, I highly recommend you do yourself a favour and play this game because it's amazing. I'm guessing that if you've made it this far into a Digimon World Series retrospective, you probably will enjoy yourself. But we have one more game to go in this video that continues along the same lines of this game. But is it anywhere near as good as this game? Let's find out.
Aura-ring helps me listen to my body and also respond to the needs of my body.
Digimon World Next Order was released 4 years after the last game, and it was released on another portable game system, the PlayStation Vita. But as is often the case in this winding road of a series, this version of the game was never released outside of Japan. However, thankfully, unlike the last game that never saw release outside of Japan, this one actually made it to our shores. In 2017, the game got ported over to the PS4 in full English, which I feel like was partially due to the fan outcry over the last game not getting released here. And unlike a lot of games in this series, this was one I actually played upon its initial release, and I remember being absolutely hyped for it at the time. I got my copy around the launch window, and I wasn't too keen on it, and I was actually kinda disappointed.
You done fucked it up!
I have no idea why I hated it at the time. I think it might have been because there was minimal guides out at the time and I just didn't know what the hell I was doing. Which I can see because this game in many ways is just as obtuse as the original game with some of the stuff it expects you to figure out. I think I also didn't know it was a port of a Vita game and thought they were doing my beloved series dirty with the graphics and polish in this game. So when I decided to make this video, I thought this section would just be me ripping this game a new one because I remember it being kind of crap. But I'm glad this video has forced me to re-evaluate this game because it's a lot better than I gave it credit for. Sure, it does have its elements that feel a little bit budget, but beneath the surface there's a really deep and interesting game here. I was enjoying myself so much with this game that it actually halted up the production of this video by a couple of weeks, because I wasn't going to be satisfied with my coverage until I beat everything this game had to offer. It didn't really glean me much more insight into the game, but I was genuinely having a blast playing it. Sometimes games just don't click with you at the time when you first played them, and this is a perfect example of that. I was legitimately sitting there while I was playing this thinking to myself, why the hell did I hate this? It's amazing. But anyway, let's go over why Past Me was wrong about this game.
I thought it was shit. I thought it was shit!
The game starts with you actually getting to pick the gender of your playable character, but there's no customization or anything. And we then see our character in record time getting sucked into the digital world with basically no build up. at least buy us a pint first. Our character awakens in a digital void where he is confronted by the last boss of the first game, a Machine Dramon. And believe me, that's not the end of the nods to the first game in this one, there's quite a lot of that and I appreciate it. This game then wastes absolutely no time and shows us how the battles are going to be working in this entry. It is pretty much the same as the other two games in this style, except for this time we have two partners at our disposal, which I both love and hate, but we will get into the implications of having two Digimon to raise later on. The battles are actually a little bit more simple in many ways because you don't have commands like in the other two games. Well, you do, but they work very different in this entry, with you having to spend order points to directly control your partners. But most of the time you don't want to do this because you need to save the order points up to get specials. It's not worse, it's just different. You can do dual specials, which makes your Digimon set off their specials at the same time for massive damage. Or you can EXE evolve your Digimon together to make them into a single Digimon wrecking crew under the right circumstances. This can only be done once a day though, so it's something you save for the most deadly of enemies. Other than that, there's nothing massively different to this setup and I really enjoy it, even if this one is definitely a little bit buggy. I had a lot of things go laggy and wrong during the battles in this game, more than any other in the series. I had a bunch of times where the frame rate would get all messed up and my Digimon would take ages to let off their specials. And that goes for a few things in this game. Sadly, it is a little bit rough around the edges.
Oh dear lord, they never fix the bugs.
But there's nothing majorly game breaking, just mildly annoying stuff for the most part. With the Machine Dramon defeated, we are whisked away to the town square of this game's city, Floatia. And it's none other than our homeboy, our bestie for Resty, the illustrious Digimon, once again making an appearance. You always know you're in for a good time when the G-Meister is in town. He tells us that our partners have passed away and it's time for them to be reborn as in-training Digimon. In this game you get a really nice selection of eggs to choose from. I ended up going with 2 of the same Digimon because I thought I would have less to think about that way. But I was wrong. I decided to name my 2 partners after the classic duo of Walter and Perry from the show Home Movies because they're deranged, just like me.
I got the bloodlust. Me too. I want to kill. Let's kill.
So Digimon tells us that the evil monster that attacked us was this cute little blob down here. And basically loads of different Digimon have been turning into Machine Dramon and attacking stuff, which is causing chaos. And as is tradition at this point, Digimon asks us to get to the bottom of this mystery and rebuild the town. With that, we are given a little tour of the facilities and the layout of this new town we're going to be spending a lot of time in. It's the usual Digimon world setup. We have a meat field and a toilet and of course a gym. The training in this game isn't too dissimilar from the other games except for you have 2 Digimon to manage the stats of, which initially was a bit annoying to me because I'm very dumb and it feels like rubbing your belly and patting your head at the same time. It just ended up leading to me making loads of notes of the different stat goals and extra requirements I needed to hit, and I ended up liking the fact that you have 2 Digimon. It does annoy me a bit that your 2 Digimon could get out of sync with one living longer than the other, which actually happened to me on my first playthrough. But I just made sure it didn't happen this time round playing the game. It is annoying when it happens though. The last game had that more action-based advanced training options to optimize your training with, but this game opts for something a little bit more simple. You just get a roulette wheel type thing that you have to stop on an icon to get a bonus, which I like more than the last game's system. It's not very involved, which allows me to get into my addictive training loop that zones me out and consumes me at the same time. This is what I do instead of having friends and going to parties.
Where were you last night?
Nowhere.
Nowhere?
That's right. Nowhere.
Depending on where you place your Digimon and other random factors, you'll have a higher or a lower chance of getting bonus stat points. A big mercy in this game over the other 2 games in this style is that the toilet is right next to the gym. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it really is when you're training for hours on end. But while we're talking about the layout of the town, I just want to say I love this town. It actually starts off as a collection of shacks like in the first game. It helped give me that feeling I got from the first game when I was building up Vile City, because the second game kind of is a giant city straight away. However, it isn't perfect itself because it starts off small and cozy, but at a certain point it just upgrades straight into a giant city overnight. It would have been much cooler if bits were just added as you went instead of an overnight transformation. I will say that after the town upgrade, the toilet gets put inside the gym itself, which I was way too excited about. I love the fact that in this game like the last, you can actually earn the info about how to get certain evolutions. Even later in the game, as you recruit more Digimon, you get the ability to actually choose what your Digimon will turn into if you have the right stats. But anyway, before we head out of town for the first time, the game recommends you get your boys evolved into rookies. And it's me we're talking about here, the over-leveling grindaholic, so I made them into champions before even heading out. And I was aiming for an Ogremon and a Nanimon because I like the evil and stupid Digimon, but I ended up with these 2. Which is a problem in this game because getting what you want before you can pick later on never seems to work. I don't know why, but I think it's because more so than in the other games, a lot of the requirements overlap. In the usual Digimon world tradition, we have our first Digimon recruitment battle with the Mon that will be our item storage grunt. This time it's Patamon. With them defeated, we can finally get a real look at the sprawling open world of this entry in the series. Sure, a lot of the stuff is gated off to you by events in the story, but you can pretty much go wherever you want.
I'm gonna pause this for a little bit. Sorry, I'm starting to get locked in again. Let's do 20. Where do you go, Mr. 20? There you are. What time is it? Oh, hell yeah, it's only 2:05. That's perfect. Making really good time. Okay. And this one is 20. Mm. 19. Alright, Okay. Let me do this. Alright. See, what's taking me so long? These freaking stickers. Let me play this.
But you'll get murdered by high-level Digimon if you do. And trust me, this game will kick your ass more than any other game in the series if you aren't ready. The wild encounters in this game are savage.
Have you any idea of what kind of noise happens when somebody is stabbed in the back? And I said, well, because I do.
I remember thinking this looked like a Unity asset flip, and this game is actually running on the Unity engine. But I kinda like the look of it now with the context that it's a PS Vita game on a PS4. The environments, more than any other of this series, capture the feeling of that weird randomness that the first game gives you, with giant transistors and other random bits of computer bits sticking out of environments. You go through the usual deserts, fireplaces and undead places, but they all have a certain charm to them and I never got bored of exploring. There is a few frame rate issues in certain areas which are annoying, but it's bearable at the very least. And before I even get into the story, I of course ran around these early areas recruiting every Digimon I could. Which is when you realise that most of the Digimon you can recruit fall into one of two categories. Either A, they will want you to go on a fetch quest and get some items for them, or B, they will want to fight you. I was complaining that in the last game the recruitment methods were a bit simple, but here it's very dry. I think it's kind of why I got put off this game in the first place. It makes it feel like an MMO or something. And another thing that compounds this feeling is the fact that in this game they've added in material collecting along with the items you would usually find in the Digimon World game. As you go around the world, you will see highlighted points on the map that you can look for resources in once a day. You can get 3 different types of materials, metals, liquids and rocks, which all get deposited into storage every time you go back to town. And later on in the game you get the builder who can use this stuff to upgrade the various buildings in town, which makes me want to compulsively collect everything when I see it because I think I might need it later, appealing to the hoarder deep inside my soul.
Look at this thing right here, dude. Put this in a plastic bag and boom, shower radio, buddy.
I think this stuff and the fact that there's a lot of cool things the Digimon you recruit can do overrides the fact that recruiting a lot of them is a bit samey. It's not to say that every way you recruit a Digimon is dull. For example, I love this one with my Otismon. Probably because I love my Otismon in general, but oh well. You find him in his pink mansion and he asks you to retrieve his favourite umbrella from another Digimon, which I just find funny that this vampire wants his umbrella back. But fun, fluffy missions like this are few and far between in this game sadly, however it doesn't really bother me all that much. Another addictive thing they've added into this game is a proper leveling up system for our character. Sure, in the past games there was a tamer level, but they were pretty obtuse and levels would be quite spaced out. In this one you have a big tech tree of skills you can unlock using TP points that you get from leveling up. You can get stuff that makes your Digimon's lives longer or makes training more effective, and it's another addictive system in this game. Some of the stuff is really useful if you know what you're doing, and you can use some of this stuff to really break the game. The way you earn this stuff is actually genius. You can get XP for the tamer level by battling, of course, which is normal. But the most effective way to get SP is simple, by walking everywhere. Every step equals XP for level ups. Every time you go back to home base you drop off all the materials you've collected and gain all your XP from walking. It just made me want to walk everywhere early on in the game so I could get more XP and get new skills. This really encourages you to walk about and explore because with every step you're getting something out of it, which further enhances that sort of MMO feeling this game was going for, and I'm all about it, even though I hate people and MMOs. The way they've implemented this just has me grinding the steps away for XP like a crack-addled homeless man looking for a fix of his sweet, sweet TP.
I demand TP! I demand TP! More TP!
Little dude's right, we do need more TP.
And it certainly helps that in a lot of areas of this game they've got remixed versions of the tracks from the original game. That just hits me right in the nostalgia and gives this game that warm, comfy feeling that I adore about this series. For me, this series of 3 Digimon World games that actually have the OG game style are like a warm blanket and a hot chocolate in the middle of a snowstorm. So even this early on in the game I was absolutely loving it and it got its hooks into me. After the game introduces you to all this new stuff, it starts to introduce you to the cast of the game. Much like the last game, in this series you have 2 companions, a boy and a girl, that are helping you on your grand journey to save the digital world. You have Himari, the typical scantily clad sassy girl companion, and Kyoto, who looks like an anime version of Fred from Scooby-Doo. They are pretty much the same archetypes as the 2 characters from the last game, and they're entertaining enough I guess. A lot of the characters drop in and out of the story as it goes on, like Lucha, a young girl that carries around a Numemon plush, which I'm jealous of because I want a Numemon plush because he's such a good boy. Also, Mirai from the last game appears to help the gang out, which is a welcome addition to the squad. But my favourite addition is the inclusion of characters from the actual original Digimon world itself. It did sort of have me going, is that actually them? And yes it was, but I won't ruin the surprise for you because it gave me a little smile and it probably would give you a little smile if you played this.
I'm in my happy place right now.
Again, the story is nothing to write home about, but it had enough twists and turns to keep me interested. One of my favourite sections of the whole game story-wise, which was kind of half mandatory and half not, was the whole Agrino Wasteland saga. In this area of the game, there's a war raging between the meat-loving Chad Digimon and the soy-infused Veggie Digimon. There's also a war on the frame rate remaining consistent in this area too. Although when I played this game the first time, this was actually the point where I gave up on the game because there's a mental amount of mandatory fetch quests here. But this time I knew what I was doing and the fetch quests weren't as much of a problem this time. This whole saga has you helping the leader of the Chad meat-loving Digimon, the classic Digimon staple Leomon. This section has you recruiting Digimon from both sides of this conflict and my personal favourite frenemy Ogremon. It all culminates in you infiltrating the castle of the Veggie Forces leader Rosemon and defeating her. This whole part of the game just reminds me of something you might see in the anime, and I wish there was more bits like it. A lot of the time after you finish a certain story section, you'll have to recruit a certain number of Digimon back to the town, which I like because it breaks up the action and gives a bit more adventure and grinding time. But goddamn did this game kick my ass really hard towards the end half of the game. Even with a set of Megas, I was absolutely getting brutalized by a lot of the stuff that I was coming up against. And I was honestly having a lot of trouble getting Megas in the first place because some of them had mental
already messed up. Oh. Okay, yeah, I already messed up. I already messed up. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Did I have it right the first time? Oh, I had it right the first time. Dang it. I did have it right. Dang, I missed. When I do that. Yep, that looks right. Yep, that was right. That was right. Yeah, no, that was right. Alright. This. Wait a minute. Alright. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Alright, and then this goes right here, right? This is also going to be backwards too. Yeah. No, it's supposed to go. Okay, let's have to flip it around then. Alright, let me finish this one up then. There you go. There you go. Yep. There we go. Then it should be this way. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. Yeah, okay. Alright, these are done. Finally. How are you supposed to look? Yeah, okay. So these go on this side. Okay. Alright, so I guess the next one is the weapons, the shield, and the sword, and then I'll finish up with the head. The weapons, the shield, and the sword. Oh, can I just stay in it? Ooh, that's sick. Well, I don't want to put it in there just yet. Oh, that's tight. Okay, cool. Alright. So we'll do the weapon, and then I'll finish up with the head. Alright, cool. We're almost done. Let's see if I can knock this out before 3.
Stat requirements, because that's one thing that's really different in this game, the fact that the stats go way higher than they did in the past. In the last 2 games, the stats would usually cap out at around 999 or 9999 for the HP and MP, but in this game the stats are 10 times higher. And I was wondering how the hell you get your stats that high in this game, and this was because I was applying my Boomer Digimon World knowledge into this game. I was doing training wrong the whole game and making things harder for myself unnecessarily. I was doing the usual strategy of sitting in the gym and training as much as I could, even using tamer skills that helped me get higher numbers at the gym, otherwise known as steroids. Even with these skills and upgrading the gym equipment, I still couldn't get the results I was after.
My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined.
Sure, the last game put more of an emphasis on the advanced action-based training, but you were still mostly in the gym. Here, the best way to train is to go out into the wilds and battle other Digimon because you can get way better stat gains from these than you would in the past. Which I kinda like because it makes it feel more like a traditional JRPG or something. It just makes me feel dumb because I was training the hard way throughout the whole bloody game. Basically, with the help of a skill you can learn from leveling up, you can make the stat gains you get from combat way higher than they would normally be. Then you just rinse and repeat until you get a buff Digimon because unlike gym training, battling barely wastes any time and you can get 4 to 5 times more stats for your buck. Obviously, it's not that simple. You of course still have to kind of know what you're doing and battle certain Digimon at certain points. You sort of have to farm the right level of Digimon till it's no longer effective anymore, then move on to somewhere else. Using this method, I got my 2 best boys, Metal Etamon and Venom Myotismon, that I wanted through the whole game. It was so satisfying going back to all the areas I was having trouble with and kicking their asses. But even with this method, the last few enemies in the game were still quite difficult and it doesn't de-challenge the game or anything. There's a lot to do in this game and it had me thoroughly entertained the whole time I was playing it. It really hit that balance between new stuff and giving out dollops of Digimon World 1 nostalgia, which is perfect for a goblin like me. It really feels like if you combine the original game with a JRPG, and I think this might be my second favourite game in the series now. It definitely measures up to the original in many ways, but it has its own character about it, and that's not praise that I would give lightly. Because as I've already said in this video, the original Digimon World to this day is still one of my favourite games of all time. And I'm glad making this video finally led me to playing the PSP entry and re-evaluating this game. This game really is a great way to end this video because it caps off this troubled series on a really positive note. I haven't had such a good time with a game like this in a while, and it was something I really needed. This series might have a bit of a patchy record, but a lot of these games give me fuzzy nostalgia and memories of friends and family members that will stick with me forever. If you haven't played this entry of the series and you like the first game, you owe it to yourself to experience this game.
That's beautiful, man.
Well, there we have it. I covered every game in the Digimon World series. I did not expect this video to get so long, but it's something I've wanted to cover for the longest time, and I couldn't think of a better video to start my brand new channel with. I hope you enjoyed this for me very long video, and let me know in the comments if you want to see me cover more Digimon stuff. I really want to do a video on the Digimon Stories series at some point, which I have very little experience with. And there definitely will be a video on Digimon Survive and the Digimon spin-off games in the not too distant future. But if you've made it this far, thank you for sitting through this mammoth video, and please do like, subscribe, and leave a comment to help a goblin out in the mean YouTube algorithm. Anyway, I've been a Goblin, and thank you for watching. If you would like to get all my videos months early and to get your name in the credits, consider supporting me on Patreon like all—
To a ghoul, to a goblin. Let's see what's next. What? Oh, no way.
No, you're never a bother. Get help for yourself or a friend at neverabother.org.
So, it's no secret that I think Mega Man X7 is one of the worst games I've ever played. If you want a full breakdown on why, you can catch my video from 2022 that tore the game to shreds. Mega Man X7 is not a game that usually comes up alongside the likes of Superman 64 or whatever when people bring up the worst games ever, but I think X7 is definitely bad enough to be endlessly dissected for how it dropped the ball. Slow, clunky gameplay, controls that don't feel even a fraction as good as any other Mega Man X game, bad pacing, poor production values, abysmal optimization with long loading screens, an incredibly lackluster story, and really everything under the sun that could make a game not fun to play is something Mega Man X7 is guilty of. Of all the Mega Man games that players might actually play, this one is definitely one of, if not the worst. So no, I'm not counting obscure crap when I say that. But of course, if you're familiar with Mega Man, you already know X7's a doo-doo disc. But for a long time, that's where the discussion ended. In the year 2024, a lone developer decided that wasn't good enough and ventured to fix Mega Man X7. Introducing X7 Ends Edition. Mega Man ROM hacks are not new in the least bit. Improvement projects are also not new to the Mega Man X series specifically. I've spent years raving about Mega Man X3 The Zero Project, a great hack that fully realizes X3 and brings up to par with X1, 2, and 4, even though I love the original X3 as much as those anyway. X5 and X6 also have different improvement projects out, and I've talked about some of them in the past. The person who did this X7 patch we're talking about today also did one for X5 and X6. But you can make a whole video about Mega Man X ROM hacks, and I might just do that at some point, so I'll stay on target. I love a good fix-it project. Fan developers taking a game in a series that might not be ideal and trying to improve them into something better is an admirable act. To be specific, one of my favorite games ever made is a fan-made improvement project, Project Sonic 06. Don't care if it's fan-made or based on a crappy, unfinished game, it's one of the most fun and satisfying 3D platforming experiences I've yet had. But then, this is also Mega Man X7. If you asked me before this came out if I thought you could make this even work for X7, I'd probably say no. As I said in the intro, I think X7 is one of the assiest games I've ever played. Many issues are baked into the final product without a lot of wiggle room to mix it up with what was there, like PO6 had, but I figured I'd give the patch a shot for a video nevertheless, and after doing a full playthrough of Mega Man X7 Ends Edition, I have to say, I'm impressed. Before we go any further, I should say, if you're interested in this, it's only playable on the PS2 emulator PCSX2. In order to play the patch, you need an ISO file for Mega Man X7, the procurement of which is entirely on you. I cannot provide you with that, nor can anyone else. Once you have that and the emulator set up and configured to your liking, you need to download the patch from the announcement video. It's a link in the description of his video, which I will link in the description of this video. And you need to use the Delta patch tool you can find on romhacking.net, and from there it's a simple 1-2 done setup of applying the patch to the ISO. It is not compatible with the Mega Man X Legacy Collection on PC or any other console. But with that out of the way, we can get into the game properly. One of X7's biggest crimes is its dreadfully slow pacing, and if I were to say what almost all the major changes from N's edition are, they would be related to speed and pacing. Real-time cutscenes couldn't be skipped in this game, but one of the first things I noticed with the patch is that you can fast forward through the real-time cutscenes. It's not an outright skip button, but it makes the scenes go by significantly quicker, keeping you in the action far more. Also making the scenes kind of remind me of SA2 with how the characters talk over each other when you fast forward through the scenes, which was pretty funny.
Wait a second. Are you stupid?
Are you
Incident? What are you talking about? Oh, here it comes. Zombie seeing ya!
Unfortunately, nothing was done about the auditory torture that can occasionally emerge while playing X7, so Flame Hyanard's boss fight and Alia's calls will still be a bother. But back to the pacing, the menu design of X7 was another huge contributor to its slow pace. Like how you were introduced to the Maverick bosses and their levels, with each character of text going by at the speed of molasses. This can be sped up in the patched version. In the original, you'd rescue the 16 Reploids in each stage and have to see their names slowly appear on this list one by one. Now it occurs in about 1 second. This is the kind of thing that's just such a no-brainer that you can't possibly conceive of how it got like this in the original release of the game. And speaking of rescuable Reploids, in the original game you have to save 64 of them to unlock Mega Man X as a playable character. This is, at minimum, 4 stages, half of the game before playing as the title character. In the new edition, you need to only rescue 32 of them. This sounds like a lot, but I just did Ride Borsky first and then Vanishing Gungaroo and got 32 of them that way, and thus I unlocked Mega Man X within 2 stages and got to playing as him. It really feels a lot better paced this way. Nabbing every rescuable Reploid is also less troublesome because they can take multiple hits before dying, so the do or die component of this system isn't as bad as it was in the OG X7.
Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire!
Then upgrades like the heart tanks go to all 3 characters as well, so you don't have to worry about any character being at a disadvantage if you don't play as them as often. Something I noticed when Axel's health bar was the same size as X and Zero, despite the fact that I hadn't played as him in a while. Another sizable issue with X7 was just the way it handled. Sometimes doing basic actions like wall jumping would be super janky as the characters would get stuck to the wall. N's edition doesn't outright fix it, but it's much easier to perform those classic moves. When getting hit in X7, you'd fall over and need to wait for the character to get up. This wasn't removed either because one of the perks of X's glide armor is that it protects him from this, but for Zero, Axel, and X without the armor, getting up is much faster, which again greatly benefits the pace of the game. All of the attacks are much quicker too. Zero's Saber combo has the delay between attacks significantly reduced, so he's much more fun to play as now, quickly shredding enemies. And he can now turn in mid-air after a slash. Axel's copy shot is much more viable now because charging it up takes way less time, and bullet sponge enemies are a lot easier to deal with. Take these walls with targets on them as an example. Blasting through them doesn't take too long, so you barely notice them. And this goes for mini-bosses too. In Radio Tower, the mini-boss just goes on and on and on in the original because it has so much health and spends much of the fight completely impervious to damage. In N's edition, the spin cycle is way faster, and I cleared it after the first cycle of invulnerability. This effect also goes for bosses, which have all been improved. The biggest issue with most X7 bosses is that the designer's solution to having 2 characters teamed up at all times was to give bosses these huge health bars and to make the damage output really low. Combine that with lengthy invincibility frames and the result is some pretty rancid battles. Bosses have been adjusted on a case-by-case basis. A battle like Soldier Stone Kong or Ride Borsky were so boring because of the issues I just laid out. So they were fixed by receiving more damage from your basic attacks and having less health. But then a battle like Splash Warfly could be defeated in record time compared to the rest. This boss is more difficult now because he didn't just dive in the water and re-emerge to just be hit by the weakness again. He sent missiles after me, which forced me to jump to the other platforms. Surprising me, since I was staying on my toes during an X7 boss I always thought was easy. Though, looking back on the trailer description, this might also be because I didn't use his new weakness. I didn't even realize this before playing, but the developer altered the boss weakness chain and listed the new one in the description. It now goes Soldier Stone Kong, Tornado Tunyon, Flame Hyanard, Splash Warfly, Snipe Anteater, Wind Crowrang, Vanishing Gungaroo, and Ride Borsky. God, these are the stupidest Mavericks in series history, but you work with what you got. The special weapons have all been made more powerful and practical, like the Gaia shield destroying smaller enemies immediately, or the other weapon.
Alright, now we got left, all we got left is the head. And once we get the head done, I'm done. Let's go to the head. 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 Alright. There. Okay, so I need H and G. Oh. H and G. Yep. G13. Anything else is H. So, just get G13. Yeah. This. G1. 13, yep. Oh. 13. G114, yep. Okay. G114. And you go right here. Boom. Alright, we're done. That's done. Alright. Let me finish this and then I'll stop playing. Boom.
Weapons just doing more damage. But I still didn't really use them much. X7 is like many of the later X games in that the X-Buster and the Z-Saber were so powerful on their own that special weapons hardly ever seemed worth the trouble of learning their strats, and you could just spam charge shots and do a lot of damage. Especially in a game like X7 with such precise lock-on for X and Axel. But still, the weapons are more usable in N's Edition than they ever were in the OG game. Obviously, this patch changes a lot of stuff, but instead of highlighting every little detail in depth, I'll rapid-fire some of the rest. Item pickups like heart tanks and sub-tanks make a much more audible sound, so you won't be left wondering if you got it or not. Annoying pickups like the heart and air forces have been moved so that they don't give as much of a hassle as they used to. Camera sections that used a bizarre bird's eye view have been given a more zoomed out camera angle, and then some sections that had a cramped camera angle give you a bird's eye view, which would actually help. I was stunned at the results screen when my hunter rank went up for the first time. This is a mechanic in X5 through X8, and in most of those games I never even knew what it was for. In X6, I knew your rank was tied to how many Nightmare Souls you collected, which contributed to how many parts you could equip, but in the other games I couldn't tell you what it actually did. In X7, I never paid it any mind because the rank was always low anyway. So when I was going from a C rank to a GA or PA hunter, I had to consult the Mega Man wiki just to find out what that even meant. It's just a mark to show how many enemies you defeated versus how much damage you took. Funny to know that the original game considered my performance pretty piss poor most of the time. So by the finale I was already pretty impressed, but all that was left was playing the final two stages. If you watched my Mega Man X levels ranked video, you'd know that the last levels of X7, Palace Road and Crimson Palace were both in the bottom 3. Crimson Palace ranked at the absolute bottom. It turns out fixing Palace Road is pretty simple. Just make the thing chasing you move at a pace where you won't fall asleep while playing. Yeah, that's the big change, and it made the stage feel totally different. I actually felt like I had to stay on my toes during this level or else. Shocking concept. And then Crimson Palace still suffers from many of the same issues, like this being the only level to even do the most basic of platforming, and it having way too much content for its own good. But with all the other changes in place, you can breeze through the regular segments, the boss with Red, the boss rush, and the final battle with Sigma without much hassle emerging from it. The final phase of Sigma noticeably having much less health than he used to. In the end, N's Edition took me about 2 hours to beat. My most recent playthrough of X7 for that ranking video last year took me 3 hours and 39 minutes. It's the exact same game with so many adjustments to the pacing of it that it knocked an entire hour and 40 minutes off the runtime, which was all fluff, cutscenes, and other garbage. But with all that said, does N's Edition fix Mega Man X7? Well, that depends on your definition of fixed. If you're hoping for this to turn X7 into the next game to rival Mega Man X1 or X4 in quality, this just won't do it. Mega Man X7 N's Edition is a patch designed by a singular person that is working within the confines of the original work. Yeah, it still has awful voice acting and shitty cutscenes. The level design is still very basic and doesn't do much platforming until the very end. Item placement is usually on the obvious and repetitive side. Many boss fights are fixed by simply making them quicker and easier. It is still designed to where you need to lock on in 2D because that's just the game, etc, etc, etc. Something like PO6 was made from scratch, so you can just make the gameplay way more fun in whatever way the team wants and can make small changes to the level design as well. A luxury this patch does not have. So the patch doesn't fundamentally fix a lot of the core issues with X7, but when keeping in mind what this patch is, I'm very impressed by it. When just looking at the gameplay experience, I'd still play most any other X game over this, but N's Edition takes a game I'd give an E or an F if I felt like being harsh, to a game I'd consider worthy of a C-. It has enough core issues to where a D grade is still fair, but I thought the experience I had with it was pretty pleasant. Which is how I usually view games I give a C, as in it's got problems, maybe even a lot of problems, but I didn't not enjoy the experience. What I'm trying to say is, it's got many issues, sure, but what was done with the core experience makes X7 a much more fast-paced, satisfying game than it ever was before. If this was the X7 we got in 2003, I would consider it a perfectly harmless game. The worst X game, but not the dismal failure I think the original game was. Because the patch just fixed the really dumb stuff that did nothing but drag the pace down. Perhaps your fondness for this patch will depend on how much you already like Mega Man X games, though. But as someone who loves a good X game like nothing else, I thought it was a lot of fun to run through X7 in a new, enhanced way, and I wouldn't be against playing it again someday. I even did 2 playthroughs of it for the video. So, your mileage may vary on how much you enjoy it, but the project absolutely has thumbs up from me. But that just about covers this. However, I'm not done with Mega Man X fan stuff yet, because next up I want to talk about the 16-bit X8 demake that got a new demo released a few months ago. So I hope you look forward to that. But in the meantime, I'll close by saying what I always do. If you made it this far into the video, I thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Oh, jeez.
East Coast, come get some. You on the West Coast, come get some. Yeah, you down south, come get some. Yeah, you up north, come get some. On the left, yeah, come get some. Best ever seen, yeah, we look clean. Tear it up, yeah, the whole team get some. Yeah, you up north, come get some. On the left, yeah, come get some. On the right, yeah, come get some. In the back, yeah, come get some. In the front, yeah, come get some.
On November 14th of 2006, Sega and Sonic Team released a game called Sonic...
Alright, we're going to stop right there because I'm almost done, so I just want to just focus on this without having to play anything. So we're just going to focus and knock it out. And now I'm going to go ahead and go chill. Oh crap, what I played. Okay. Oh, I see. Fine. Okay. Alright. Oh, holy crap. Okay. That is supposed to happen. Jeez. Okay. Huh. That was the first time that ever happened. That is interesting. Holy crap. I gotta cut that off. I'm like, why ain't that close? Because the nub is jacked up. Jeez. There you go. Whoa, that was bad. That's never happened before. Oh, yep, there it is. That's fine. Then I need 2. Come on. Holy crap. Come on. Alright, okay. I hate doing it this way, but forget it. Yeah, that didn't work. Definitely didn't work. Yeah. Alright. That's done, that's done, that's done. 2. 3. Yeah, there we go. 3. All right, and then this. Come on. Ah. Alright. Let's do it. Oh, my bad. Oh, my bad. I don't mean to blow my nose in front of your. I wonder if it was on mute this entire time. Oh no. Alright, well we're at the end anyway, so we're gonna do it like this. Boom. Boom. Knock this out. So, yep. First, and now let's go ahead and start putting this together. Do the legs first. Knock those out. Oh, you know what? I do want to before I end this, before I finish it up, hold on. I want to see one thing. Something I'm interested in. I saw. B9, B19. All right. All right, there we go. Boom. All right. I'm gonna put this on here right now. I don't really need it, but just to see if it works. There we go. All right. Cool. If I need to, I could take it off. Well, I'll leave it on for now. This. Oh no, that's not good. Jeez. But lose his head. That did not feel good. Here. So y'all can see it. Boom. There it is. And I think I'll put on the head so you can see it at least without. Let's just go ahead and form the head. Boom. And this is what it looks like without the backpack. Boom. Boom. There you go. Stay right there. Boom. 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 One more time with the back so you can see it clearly. Boom. Alright, now let's put all the rest of it on. Starting with this. Shield. Shoulder. Shoulder. And backpack. Boom. Now we're done. Boom. Look at that. Got that. Look at this. That's what I was afraid of. The freaking shoulders felt loose as heck. The shoulders feel loose. And I got it on there now. Boom. 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 Oh. Oh, focus. 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 There you go. Boom. And the back. Alright, so this is it. And if you want to see more of it, you'll have to wait for the short. But anyways, there it is. It's done. It's complete. We're done with this. Whew, we're done with the month of May. This is my B-Day month. I wanted to put this together for my B-Day. So, I was able to. So, I'm happy about this. So with that being said, yeah, this one actually looks pretty tight. This one actually does look pretty tight. I do kind of want to do a comparison with the Gemini ass. But anyways, there it is. This is the LO booster. Oh, yeah. You see, I'm not going to put the effects parts on right now either. That's the other thing that needs to go on here. But that's not going to go on till the... So, yeah. So, just wait till the... Yeah. Do me a favor. Wait until the short comes out. And the short, I'll make sure to show all the aspects of this kit so you can see it all. So, you can see it in this flight mode. You can see it with the effects part. You're going to see... I'm even going to put the beast, which I never do. I'll even try to put at least 8 beast saber. At least one baby. I'm getting tongue tied. At least one beam saber on. Let me actually flip this around because I realize it's for y'all. It's backwards. There it is. So, anyways, my bad. It's upside down for y'all. It's right side up for me. But anyway, so yeah, that's it. This is the kit. Let's see if it stands because I don't know. Ooh. Ooh, the standing. So he's gonna have a hard time standing. This kid does not feel that stable, to be honest. Oh, it does not feel stable at all. Jeez. But it looks sick, though. I love the way it looks. I love the redesign of the LO booster. But yeah, once I get everything together, I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to post this, and yeah, you're going to see it in a future short, so stay tuned for that. And I'm going to make sure to put in as many forms and changes as possible. But yeah, so I got another video coming up next week. That's going to be on, just to give you a clue, that's going to be on the Digimon card game. So you can check that out. And then after that, I probably won't have any videos because I'm gonna be busy. Like I said, now that I'm done with this, I literally gotta go to work. So I gotta make money now. So I'm gonna go ahead and go make money. So I gotta go to work. And then, like I said, later this week I also got another gig that I gotta go do. So I will not be available this week. At the same time, I got some other project that I gotta get done too before Friday. Got a lot to do. But I wanted to make sure to get this done. But I will make sure, because I know I normally do the monthly updates. I know I started doing the unknown updates. I am going to do that, but it's going to be pushed back till June because I don't have time to do it now. Well, it depends. If I can get done with all my work by tonight or by tomorrow, then I'll put it up. If not, then it's probably going to have to wait because I gotta get ready for other stuff. So it just depends if I get done before Friday or not, which I have all today and I have tomorrow. No, probably not tomorrow. I don't have all day tomorrow. Yeah, I got a lot of stuff going on. But anyway, I just wanted to, get this done. Like I said, I always do a monthly live build. I'm always happy to do these. Hopefully in the future we'll get more views. The people who came in and left a message, I want to say my fault, my bad. When you message me or when you hit me up through chat, there is a great box blocking your chat, so it does suck that I wasn't able to respond to y'all. I try to do a better job. Like I said, I gotta make improvements. I almost got everything up to par. I probably do need to one day, if I can afford it, hopefully sooner than later. I need to probably afford like an actual computer monitor just for chat that I can just put right in front of me, and I can just will be just used for chat. So I probably gotta figure that out. When I get that figured out, then we'll be good. But yeah, I got a lot to do. I just wanted to, get this out the way while I have the chance, because after this, I won't have another chance to do this again. So yeah, but I'm happy because now I have more time today to get this stuff done, and it's 3:11, so I made really, really great time. So I'm pretty happy with myself. But yeah, so I would definitely probably be back streaming next week, and then I'm definitely going to do the 100 subscriber count celebration. Do me a favor, make sure to follow and subscribe depending on your platform. Definitely helps out the channel, definitely helps out the brand. Boom, let me put this right there so you can see that, so it looks better. I'll get this out the way. So yeah, so make sure to do me a favor, and I'm going to do another one of those because I don't like how it came out. Boom. But yeah, make sure to do me a favor. There we go. Put that right there. Yeah, that looks nice. Does it? Eh. What y'all think? Think that's cool right there? Yeah, cool right there. But anyways, alright, yeah. I'll move it over here right in front of the follow and subscribe. Put it right there. Boom. So you guys can see it. There we go. So yeah, so make sure to do me a favor. Make sure to follow, subscribe. Depending on your platform. But I gotta be perfect. Boom. There you go. So yeah, so do me a favor, make sure to follow and subscribe on your preferred platform. Let me do that again. So it looks better. Boom, look at that. That looks way better. So yeah, so once again, make sure to do me a favor, make sure to follow, subscribe. Make sure to subscribe on the I'm getting tongue tied again. Make sure to subscribe on the YouTube channel, Unknown Game channel, because again we are trying to hit certain milestones, and my goal is that I want to. I'm not gonna say it on here, but I do have an ultimate goal, and I think I have some cool things coming, hopefully. But the goal is to build this channel, build this brand, and build this thing up, and it won't happen without y'all help. So I hope y'all will continue to check me out. Continue y'all to come out here and support. Put that in tighter because that does not look good. Yeah, but I hope you'll continue to support. And again, for all the new subscribers that are over there on YouTube, thank you for subscribing. I definitely appreciate it. It definitely helps out the channel, it helps out the brand, allows me to do more content, and lets me know that I'm doing something right. So for that, I want to thank y'all. Definitely appreciate y'all. Yeah, we definitely have more. I definitely have more to talk about in the near future. Absolutely. Let me do this one more time. Boom. Like I said, this closing's taking a long time, but trying to perfect it. But yeah, like I said, there's a couple of things I need. There's a couple of things I need to fix. There's a couple of things I need to do. But I am glad to do this, and I want to say thank you to everybody who subscribed in the past month. You know, it's the biggest growth that I had. And my goal is to continue to provide you content and continue to grow this channel and grow this brand. And hopefully you'll stick around and grow with me. So, you know, I don't know where this is going to go, but hopefully it goes further. And I hope it happens sooner than later. But, again, I'm patient. I've been doing this for a couple of years now, and I can keep going on. I'm cool with it. But anyways, with that being said, I want to thank y'all. Appreciate y'all. Thank you for checking out the channel. And there's not much else to say, but you know, like I said, I'm always having fun doing these live builds, and I'm happy to do them. Like I said, I hope one day we'll get like a way bigger audience, so I can actually, you know, definitely go back and forth. Still trying to learn this live streaming thing. Not perfect at it, but still have fun doing it. Always great to react. And yeah, we have more coming soon. Again, stay tuned. Like I said, the next videos I think I have coming up that I plan on working on is again, I have the I have the Digimon card game that I'm going to talk about. I have the unknown updates, which again was supposed to be for May. I'm going to bring that out in June. And then the last one I'm going to do that I plan on bringing out is I think I might do it. I kind of worked on it. It's not done, but I think I might go ahead and do, if I was to plan the Gundam Wing anniversary, what would I do? So I think that would be probably the next 3 videos. That's what I'm thinking it will be, but I'm not gonna make any promises. With that being said, thank y'all. Appreciate y'all. I just saw we had a new subscriber. Thank you for subscribing. I'm sorry, I saw that corner of my eye. It came and it went, so I wasn't able to say, hey, thank you who you were for subscribing. Like I said, I don't have all that stuff set up, but again, like I said, the live streams we're always trying to improve them, always trying to make them better. And crap, ow. That hurt. But anyway, let me get out of here because I got to get to work. Because I decided not to work and do this. So, but again, it's worth it. Doing this, to me, it's worth it. You know, I'm always happy to do this. I have fun. But yeah, I got work to go to, and I'm gonna go ahead and do that. But I wanted to make sure to get this done for y'all. Make sure to do a little monthly live stream. And again, we will be back with another one next month. And next month, we're going to get back to y'all voting. So my next live build, you're going to be able to vote for it. So that's going to happen starting next month. So I hope you're ready for it. Just disclaimer, some of the kids you can vote for may not come in time. So that's something to be aware of. But yeah, so y'all going to be able to vote. But again, I'm sorry, this is a super long closing, but I just got things running through my head, just trying to remember so I can give you all the information that y'all need. With that being said, I'm out of here. I'm gonna go out and do some more. And yeah, and next week next week I should be back fully ready to go with new videos. New talks about my hobbies and geek things I love and nerd things I love. Absolutely, that's gonna happen. And yeah, I'll be back next week. So and check out the check out the next Digimon video. I hope you all enjoy that one because I'm trying something new. I never did it before, and yeah, let me know what you think. Oh, and also I will be responding to your comments next week. So I haven't forgot about y'all. I see some of y'all comments. There's a couple of comments I do want to respond to, and I will be responding. I will be hitting y'all back probably next week. So like I said, I'm just dealing with a lot of stuff. But anyways, here it is. Boom. The Hello Booster. And again, stay tuned for the short of this Gundam so you can get all the poses and stuff. So that's going to be coming with the next short. So yeah. Anyway, I'm out. Have a good one. Hate to leave, but I got responsibilities. This is one that I want to leave y'all with. Like Mr. Rogers back in the day. Without work, there's no play. So make sure to work hard so you can play harder. And that's what I believe in. Even though I don't always stay true to that statement. But I definitely agree. Work hard to play hard. But anyways, alright, I'm out. Let me get off. Because if I don't get off now, I'm gonna keep talking. And you see right now I'm still talking. I can ramble like nobody's business. Alright, good one. Alright. go.